Hey everybody, it's Aldo Gandhi, and I just want to let you know really quickly that our swag shop is reopened. DeepDishTees.com is where you go, and that's tees with T-E-E-S. Clever name, guys. They're the new home of our merchandise. You can get t-shirts, you can get caps, you can get coffee mugs, you can get hoodies, you can get all sorts of good stuff, and you'll help out the bar room with the purchase. So head over to DeepDishTees.com.
Some may find the following disturbing. Discretion is advised.
Put the children to bed. It's time for Dan and Aldo to bare their souls.
I love the Chicago Bears more than I do masturbating, and that is a lot.
Then, with 3 seconds left, Bob Avellini throws a 30-something yard touchdown pass to Greg Latta, and the Bears win, and I literally shit my pants. I swear to God, I literally did.
Eric Kramer, for me, I love the guy. He's a tragic figure. I mean, he embodies all that is.
If they don't run the ball here, I'm going to vomit. I swear to God.
Look, I don't mean any disrespect. He just didn't play that well. Not for a guy of his caliber.
You know, they won, but I'm going to be miserable all week because they stunk.
I don't really have any recollection of that at all, but I guess perhaps I blacked it all out.
So, Dan, tape is the ultimate tool for scouts and for coaches to evaluate players, to detect plays and so forth. And they spend hours looking at tape, right? Why do they so often get shit wrong?
Ladies and gentlemen, Dan and Aldo.
Get rid of Rodgers now. Yeah. Dan Aguirre, how are you, my friend?
I'm here to collaborate.
But why?
Why are they still saying that?
I don't know. Is that something that George McCaskey tells them to say? Make sure you get the collaboration word in there.
George used to seem so affable to me, and now he just seems like a grumpy old cocksucker.
Yes.
We're not going to talk about contracts. This is a private matter.
Yeah, right, George. Come on. It's because you're paying them peanuts and you don't want anybody to know.
I don't know why I made him sound like Alex Jones there. I'm sorry about my impression was awful, but the point is, Jim Harbaugh, we don't talk about that. Like, damn, like when did he become like he's doing COVID stuff for COVID. I was going to make a CIA joke. You get the point, but then the COVID's on my mind, I guess. So
yeah, COVID's on everybody's mind. We're done with COVID. It's time now to just pull the plug on everything, every man for himself. No, I'm just kidding.
I mean, all I can do is take the vaccines, the boosters. I even take vitamins. You know, the zinc and the vitamin D3 and C it's recommended because a lot of people that, you know, get sick from it have D deficiencies. Mm-hmm. That's all I can do, man. Like, I have to live. Like, I don't want to sound like a Republican, but I've got to be able to go to movies and shows and games.
Yeah, it's got to a point. Did you see Bill Maher on Friday night?
I did. I was at work. I shouldn't say this. I was at 911 and I fell asleep watching him. The first show I thought was really good. The one you didn't like. Yeah. The second one I fucking fell asleep on. I was a little bit bored.
Yeah, he's getting old, man. But he did raise an interesting point. He says maybe it's time now to just do a targeted approach towards helping people fight the vaccine, or excuse me, COVID. You know, and that is helping senior citizens, the people who are much more susceptible to getting it and having a hard time with it, and maybe it even being fatal. Maybe we just focus on them because these new variants now are not as terrible. So I don't know. I'm not going to take my medical advice from Bill Maher, but it did raise some interesting approaches that perhaps the government should consider because, this is getting kind of weird now.
I was trying to say clandestine a minute ago, but I said COVID. So I'll be clandestine with my question for you because I don't want to embarrass you.
Okay.
So there's a certain person that's close to you. I don't want to disclose anything out of school, so to speak, that was suffering from COVID. How's that individual doing?
That individual is my mom, and she's doing much better. She's recovering in terms of getting her strength back and so forth. She's got a lot of other issues to deal with, but the hospital is set to release her, and she'll be going to rehab to try to get her strength back. My mom is about 83 or 84 years old, so it has not been an easy time for us and the family. But thank you for asking. And
real, I care, man.
Yeah, I know you do. I appreciate that. And so many other people, anytime I bring up my mom, lots of well wishes and stuff. And so I appreciate that from everyone.
I hope that your mom didn't watch that press conference. She may have said, fuck it, I'm going back to the hospital.
That's right.
What else can I do with my life?
I think I should bring back that bit we used to do on 100 Proof. What was it called?
The Aldo. Oh, yeah, that shit was funny.
The things Aldo's mom would say.
Yeah, I love
she'd
that.
come on and say, fuck Ryan Bays.
Yeah, that shit was funny, man.
Thank you, Don.
Is she a Bears fan?
She watches casually, and so it's funny because we had to call an ambulance to take her, and so she was wearing her Bears hat when she was loaded into
That's great.
Yeah, and so the paramedics were all saying, "Oh, you're a Bears fan. We got to take extra care of her." One guy even called her Virginia. Hey, let's help Virginia.
That's great.
That is cool. So, man, we got a lot to cover tonight. I mean, there's the Brian Flores stuff that broke. I don't even know how much we should get into that, but I guess we got to talk about it a little bit. The big Tom Brady news, of course, the press conference, which you've already made mention of because we've got Matt and Ryan collaborating again. Oh, my God.
And they want to know about the whys.
Yes, and they want to know about the whys. So I got to ask you, and by the way, Johnny Santucci will join us in about an hour and 10 minutes and so forth. He'll also be joined by Aaron Machowski, who is a longtime friend of the Barroom.
Fuck those guys. No, I'm kidding.
Aaron used to do a show with Tucci here at the Barroom Network called I Have a Stream. So
I was on that show.
That's right. You were a regular, indeed. And there was a fourth person, right?
Wasn't it Joe Mandel?
Joe Mandel, and then wasn't there a woman in there?
No, she was just a random lady that would come on and berate me.
we have my sultry neighbor, Shay.
That's right.
For the beginning of the series before.
That's right. You always need a sultry neighbor on a podcast where you're talking movies. Anyway, so let's start by talking about that press conference. I've been dying. You and I have not talked since that press conference.
No, because I couldn't watch. I didn't watch it until about midnight last night because I was at work and just busy and I was sleeping when it was live. Mm-hmm. I watched all 90 minutes of it, but yeah, I did not see it when you watched it. It was like 12 hours later. So
yeah. What was your overall impression of, first of all, let's start with General Manager Ryan Poles.
He's terrible at reading.
Yes,
I'm not saying he can't read, or I'm not being demeaning or condescending. I'm just saying you can tell when he's reading, he's not a performer. Like he's not good at just reading a copy. He could never be a news anchor, put it that way.
No.
Oh man, he's horrible at reading. I enjoyed his passion when he came on and he got choked up a little bit, thanking the individuals that helped him get to where he is now. That's a good attribute, and that did not seem like Matt Nagy would do, like just trying to get a pat on the back. That seemed genuine.
Absolutely. I totally agree with you.
So I like that. And it seems like, he knows how big the job is and he feels like he's ready to do it. So, I mean, let's go. I joked, I don't like to hear him say collaboration, and the same thing for the coach, using the whys like Matt Nagy. It's just like, It is important, though, that
they are on the same page. They being Matt and Ryan, part two. That Poles knows exactly what is necessary to make Eberflus's defense and offense work. They have to be on the same page, unlike the terrible thing that Ryan Pace did. Towards the end of Ryan Pace's tenure, I started to get more and more upset with him when I started to think about what a coward he was, that he didn't tell John Fox he was going to draft Mitchell Trubisky because he didn't want to confront John Fox, because Fox was going to fight for Deshaun Watson. And
Fox was going to punch him in the face.
Fox was going to kick his ass. There's no doubt about it. Talk about a curmudgeon, right?
Yeah.
So it's how do you do that? How do you work with somebody and go behind their back and make major decisions like that? And so that's not going to happen anyway. So you could call it collaboration, you could call it getting along, you could call it synergy, whatever the fuck you want to call it. It's necessary. It's necessary to build a football team. So that part was good. What
One thing, I'm sorry, go ahead.
No, please go ahead.
One thing that he said that I loved, and I don't remember the quote. This is, a complete, just like, oh, by the way, did you hear him say this? Just in general. But from what I recall, he said something like, because they were talking about explosive plays and explosiveness and quickness on offense, and I think it was it Haw? Somebody asked toward the end, well, how do you get points? Maybe it was Mark Potash. Somebody asked about scoring points. That's been a problem here. And then when the general manager Poles answered, he said, well, that starts up front.
Yes.
Once we can get that offensive line, then you can, so it seemed like, wow. So he was a former lineman, as we know. So he's cognizant of the fact that we have to protect our quarterback. So I heard that, and immediately, even though it's a paraphrase,
right,
not a quote, I thought, man, that's exciting.
Absolutely. I'm with you 100%. He knows that you build that team at the line of scrimmage. You build any team at the line of scrimmage. Although Joe Burrow and the Cincinnati Bengals are throwing a little bit of a wrench into that narrative. I mean, they had a high draft pick, and they had a choice between the gentleman that went to play with who was drafted by the Lions, Penny Sewell. Everybody thought he was going to go to Cincinnati to protect Joe Burrow's back, but instead they chose Jamar Chase, and here they are in the Super Bowl. They're still having problems with their offensive line, so they've destroyed that narrative a little bit. But we could dissect that for hours.
I want to praise Burrow we should have said this last week, for overcoming those 9 sacks against the Titans and winning.
Yeah, how about that?
That's Jay Cutler tough right there. You can say what you want about Cutler, but that dude was fucking tough.
Yeah.
And took a beating. That's the kind of beating that Cutler would take, 9-10 sacks a game, and they still won. So I'll give Burrow so much credit for just being tough.
Yep, indeed. But were you concerned, and you and I talked about this very, very briefly before we went live, were you concerned at the lack of excitement when questions were asked about Justin Fields? It was muted, right? It was guarded.
Yeah, I didn't, like I said, I didn't talk to you or anybody else about it, but I was trying to keep a couple of points in my head for when we went on tonight. And one of those bold points that I, stored in my mind was to say, and it got alleviated a little bit when Fields took the mic at the end. But one of my points I thought, because I didn't know that was going to happen.
Yeah, me neither.
But one of the points that I thought, oh man, it feels like they're not really endorsing him, or it's a very oh, maybe those trade rumors are true and we just can't admit it, And I'm like, no one's coming out conclusively and unequivocally saying the way Lovey would, Rex is our quarterback. I wanted somebody to say that about Fields yesterday, but then again, if that wasn't the case, then why was he at the presser?
Right.
So maybe it's a little bit me just overreacting, but you're right. When no one seemed to endorse him publicly at the press conference.
Yeah, I almost got the impression that they're giving them a year. Prove to us that you're an NFL starting quarterback in 2022, and then we go. But if you turn the ball over, if we give you the weapons that you need and the offensive line that you need to succeed, and you continue to sputter or play unevenly and so forth, we're going to look at other options in 2023. It almost seemed that way. Now, And I don't blame that approach. Why put all your eggs in a basket if the basket was handed to you by Ryan Pace? There's holes in that basket. We know about Ryan Pace. So, it's their team now and they can do it their way. I just hope that they do it the right way, because I still believe in Justin Fields, and I think that he can be an outstanding talent. Taurine says, thoughts on Mike Florio complaining about Eberflus's suit jacket not being buttoned up during the press conference. LOL.
Oh, fuck
Mike
me.
Florio can suck my deep.
Yeah, where's Greg Gabriel?
That's right. He hates Mike Florio. He really does.
There was a female reporter. I don't remember whom she represented or her name, so I'm sorry about that. I hadn't heard her voice before, but she asked a question and she brought up the fact that, Phil Emery inherited Jay Cutler. Of course, he re-signed him,
Yep.
and then there was Mitchell Trubisky,
Great
and
question.
he's talking about the different eras of quarterbacks that are kind of thrown on the other incoming general manager / coach. And that was the time that I thought that they could have stepped up to the mic and say, "Oh, we don't view it that way at all. Justin's an incredible talent. We're excited about it." And it was still more of that same, like, yeah, we're not here to talk about the past.
Yeah, that was strange. And yes, that was a great question. And I was trying to figure out who that was. So I'll do a little more research on that, because it was a great question. Stephen Nagishi says, smart people know how to utilize the strength of an organization. Nagy sadly does not understand that, which is why I think he will never get another head coaching job ever. I think he will at the college level if he wants to go that route. He's definitely that rah college coach. So he's going to sit out a year. He's got probably another year of Bears money coming in. Probably sit.
We won't know because George,
What is that about, Dan? Can you phantom why he doesn't want to disclose what's going on with their salaries?
I don't know. It's like he is. All right, I poke a lot at Republicans, so I'm going to poke at Joe Biden now. He seems like he's Biden. When he called that reporter from Fox News, he's like, "That stupid son of a bitch," or whatever. You saw that last week, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you know how he's defensive whenever he's on Fox and Bernie or Joe, and probably rightfully so. That's kind of the way George is like whenever the press is around or something. It's like he's on defense. I think he's been criticized so much for these bad press conferences that he just doesn't want to fuck up now.
Yeah. Do you think that Eberflus reminds you of Dan Campbell? Is there a similarity there between the Lions coach and the new Bears coach?
He seemed a lot more studious to me than Dan Campbell, although obviously the Lions people seem to really like him, and he had balls in some play calls this year and probably deserved to win more games than they did. So I don't want to take any shots at him. When he first got hired, I thought, oh, this guy's going to get fired in 2 years just because of that press conference. Just listen to him. So I didn't think Eberflus was over the top like he was cutting a wrestling promo. In fact, he seemed a little bit more studious and like analytical to me. But he did use a lot of cliches in place of substance. But I guess what is he going to say? The one thing I took away from it was that, we're going to a 4-3. Which is fun to get back to that.
Yeah,
and
I mean, that's Chicago Bears defense for the 4-3. So I'm kind of glad. I started to like the 3-4, but I have no problems at all with the 4-3. Having Quinn and Mack, if they're on the roster, we'll see how big this change is going to be with the roster. But if they're on the roster, having those guys at the line of scrimmage with their hands in the dirt and just going forward and eating quarterbacks, that could be really, really huge and help in this kind of cover 2 shell defense that is primary with this coach. You need a pass rush. You need to generate it with 4 guys. And so if Quinn and Mack are healthy and play super well, and we get some additional reinforcements for the middle of the line, he had 8 defensive linemen at Indianapolis Colts, and they did a very serious rotation because they wanted nobody tired on that defensive line. And Eberflus would have a loaf rating. They would look at the tape, and then they would say, okay, you loafed on that play. That's 1 point against you. And then they would add up all the points and say, this is how many plays we're going to take away from you next week because you're clearly not going 100% on every play. And that is exciting, that we hopefully are going to see a team that's always playing hard. You're not going to see a guy, running for 10 yards and then start to slow down, and all of a sudden the ball carrier is coming right at the place where the the defender could have been, or a loose ball is laying there and nobody's picking up and so forth. Jesus, that is so
It sounds
important.
like accountability, right?
Oh, I like that word. Yes.
Yeah, it sounds like if you keep fucking up, Eddie Jackson, you're going to get benched.
Mm-hmm. Yep. I think
I like the fact that he said too that beyond going to the 4-3, fuck, I lost my train of thought.
Mm-hmm.
There was something else he said of substance with the I know what it was. He had the ability to not have such a big ego that he openly said the DC is going to call the plays, not me. I'm the coach.
I love that.
Yeah, it's the opposite of Matt Nagy, who just, has this just complex of, I've got to do this, I got to do that because I'm better than everybody.
And there are some head coaches who do it. Sean McVay calls the offensive plays for the Rams, and there's some others coaches that call plays, and they're very successful at it. But I just don't advise it for any rookie head coach. There's just no effing way you should do it. You can become a better head coach if you don't do it. You can potentially be a better play caller if you do it, but it's at the risk of the entire team playing well. And I love when Eberflus said that he can work with the quarterback and the offense and point out things that the defense is doing, tells, tendencies and so forth. And Justin Fields talked about it. That's going to help him be a better quarterback because he's now got that the head coach's defensive eye set, giving him some pointers as to what the defense might be doing. So that is huge news. The more we talk about it, the more excited I get about the possibilities.
Going back to the point of calling the plays, I don't know if you recall or not, but Lovey tried that in 2009, where he was calling the defense, because obviously Lovey's a defensive background. That's what he did well with the Rams, and that's what got him a job with the Bears ultimately. But the Bears defense really struggled in 2009 when Lovey was doing that, and that led to us getting Rod Marinelli. So I think that if Lovey can't really do that, then, is Matt Eberflus going to be able to do it?
Yeah, I don't know.
I like the fact that he's going to give that responsibility to a new defensive coordinator. I really like that idea. And this is petty, but I thought that both guys, their voices won't annoy me to the point where every time I heard Ryan Pace or Matt Nagy talk, God, I hate their voices. Like if they were a radio show, there's no fucking way I would listen to those guys.
I'm with you, man. It got really, really annoying. Now, having said that, I really do hope that the Bears make some changes in their communications department, or maybe not replace people, but at least get people up to speed on trying to coach these people to do a better job when they're holding press conferences. You mentioned before Ryan Poles reading, and it felt, a little stilted and so forth. Rehearse once, give him bullet points, tell him, talk from the heart. Here are the bullet points. You don't need to read this. You're going to thank people who you've adored for your entire life, who have helped you in your career. You can wing this. Just go out there and be confident. Yes, he was a little nervous and so forth. That's why rehearsals help. I've coached CEOs and top people in industry on this stuff. You get them to talk about something that they're passionate about, like I'm doing right now, and they will go out there and do very, very well. You give them something to read, and we get what we got with Ryan Poles, which was an awkward start to his press conference, unfortunately.
Yeah, I agree with that wholeheartedly. It's okay to just be able to speak from the heart, but we know one thing is true, and I've got a station off here, unfortunately, that I'm going to have to go take care of real quick.
Sure.
But one of the things that we do know for sure is that George must have said, guys, when you go out there, you have to tell everybody that you like the process. You like Bill Polian, you like me, and you like Ted Phillips. I want you both to fucking say it. Don't forget it. Say it. What do I need you to say? Because they both said the same thing. Oh, the process was so great with Bill Polian and Ted Phillips, and George. George was so great. Like, I'm surprised they didn't make Justin Fields say that. Like, I heard that the process was so great with Bill Polian and Ted Phillips. But hang on just one second. I'll be back hopefully real quick. I got to see what's up with this country station.
You got it. You got it. Art by Nike says 1 year only for Justin Fields. No way. And yeah, I'm not saying they're just going to give him 1 year. A lot depends on performance and what they see and so forth. But there is a possibility that they might look at him and say, yeah, you know what? maybe this isn't the right thing to do. Maybe we need to look at other options. There's a possibility. Now, I don't think that's going to happen. I have a lot of faith that Justin Fields is going to be better than okay. He's got a chance to be great. So hopefully the coaching will be there. We've got a lot to talk about Luke Getsy, because he's going to be the primary tutor, mentor, professor for Justin Fields. And so that's going to be important. I also want to let people know that we're going to have another Bears show tomorrow night at Wednesday. It's called Bear Special. It's an idea that I've been playing around with. Really wanted to do a show called BSing, where I just go on and talk to different people about different topics and so forth. But we had an open day tomorrow, and I said, it might be kind of cool to have some people on. So we're going to have, tentatively, I've been given confirmation that JJ Stankovitz will be with us, and Patrick Finley will be with us, among a number of other people. So it should be a fun show tomorrow. We'll be talking to a couple of people who are down at the Senior Bowl. So that's at 8 p.m. Central tomorrow. I hope you can join us either live or check it out on demand afterwards. Dan, are you back? Okay. So there's that. Dark Vader says Bears will win the North next season. Dark, I love the way you're thinking there. And one of the things that you're going to hear in the media clips was the national media kind of criticizing Ryan Poles for saying that. I'm like, well, why? I mean, why would you criticize the GM for saying, we're going to get this done. We're going to win the North and we're not going to give it back. I thought that was probably one of the highlights of the press conference, why anybody would criticize that. And it's people like Jeff Saturday. You'll hear this again you'll hear to see it. I got the video clip. Jeff Saturday saying, why are you giving them bulletin board material? Are you crazy? Are you crazy? It's late January when he said that. You think that these players are going to be thinking, you're going to win the North? You think they're going to remember that in September, October, November, December? No way. Come on. He set a vision. He set a goal. And that goal was not just for one championships, but multiple championships. It's back to the Mike Ditka years when we were winning the NFC North, Central at the time, year after year after year. Mike Ditka said it best. In order to get to the playoffs, you've got to dominate your division. And that's what they did. 6 wins every year against the Vikings, the Lions, the Packers. That's the way it was done. And then Lovie Smith had some success with dominating the division for a few years. So I have no problem at all, but I've included that in the media bite so that you can see what their rationale is behind that, and then hopefully we can get your comments on the other side. Amy and Bethany McDonald says, if Fields stinks up the joint like he did last year, he won't be in the league much longer. Hashtag Josh Rosen. So clearly Mr. McDonald, the Mr. and Mrs. McDonald, the Mrs. McDonald's, I don't know who Amy and Bethany is. Is that a man or a guy or a girl? But not big Justin Fields fans. And I've been hearing a lot of that. I did a show this morning with Mike North, and we all know now, if you don't know by now, Mike North is not a big Justin Fields fan. He wants to see improvement. In fact, Mike North is notorious for leveling criticism at Jay Cutler. Hates his guts and so forth. So I just wanted to test the waters, thinking he would answer Justin Fields, but I asked him, Jay Cutler or Justin Fields, if you had to choose between the two. And he chose Jay Cutler. I'm like, come on, dude. How can you say that after you blasted him for 9 years? So I'm not in agreement with my buddy Mike North there. I think that by the middle of this upcoming season, I want to be able to have Mike on a show and say, okay, you were wrong. Go ahead, admit it, apologize. Mike actually brought a list of the times that he was wrong, and we had to cut him short because he's been wrong so many times. Barroom Network. Oh, this is Tooch. Fields had Matt Nagy as a head coach calling the plays. Come on. You're absolutely right, Tooch. That is so huge. And you're going to, on one of the media clips, it kind of comes in out of the blue. It's Anthony Herron, former football player, played with the Bears for a while. He's over at WSCR now, and he talks about how play calling really ruined Justin Fields, but also really put a burden on the offensive line. And we've been talking about this over the last few weeks, few months, really, on the Barroom Network. Matt Nagy just was not helping the offensive line at all with his play calling. You know, when you're asking your quarterbacks, I mean, Dan and I were at Cleveland, and we could immediately tell that Matt Nagy was screwing this kid up by not having anybody come in and chip block, by not relying on the run game, and doing all sorts of things to just not only mess up Justin Fields, but to really, really put a huge burden on the offensive line. And that just didn't make any sense at all. And so it's going to be interesting to see Luke Getsy call the plays, come up with the concepts first, and then call the plays. And hopefully that's going to help Justin a lot. Mr. Mac for the win. I have big hopes for Justin Fields. I believe his upside is better than TFG. Who's TFG? Tucci, you know who TFG is? Let me bring you in here. No, you don't know, huh?
No, the friendly giants. The friendly ghost. Casper, the friendly ghost.
I don't want to fall too far behind. Maybe I should run. What's his name will get angry at me if I start running the media stuff without him, because he loves to listen to this. I've been doing them the last few weeks. And I always told Dan, you know, try to keep it down to under 15 minutes. Today's is going to be 30 minutes. So I'm terrible. So let me do that. Let me roll the media highlights, and that way on the other end we can have Dan back, and we'll also then shortly thereafter bring Tooch and Aaron in, and we'll talk more football and some of the other latest news with about Tom Brady and Mike Flores and all that stuff. So here it comes. This is a compilation of what the local and national media have been saying about the press conference, and also some comments about Jim Harbaugh, some comments about just about anything that pertains to the Chicago Bears and has some direct or indirect impact on the Chicago Bears. It's 30 minutes long, so I'm going to roll that now, and we'll have Dan back by the time this is done.
What was your number one takeaway? We've seen this act before. We've seen this kind of process. Where are you at with it?
Well, I think you learned immediately that the new general manager, Ryan Poles, is going to begin with this focus on the offensive line. And for people out there who have been clamoring for moves on the offensive line for a couple years, that stands to be potentially good news. I think, obviously, before they dig in on that, they've got to get a really good feel for what they currently have on the roster. But it sounds like they will prioritize linemen ahead of skill position targets, and they're in need of both for Justin Fields.
When you heard Matt Eberflus talk, Brad, did you come away being more impressed or concerned? Did the pros outweigh the cons, or what kind of head coach do you expect him to be?
You know, I think it's interesting that he's not going to be calling defensive plays. I think that could be maybe the best approach for him, right? To kind of be the overseer of everything. He certainly needs to have involvement on an offense that has huge gains to make, right? The Bears don't need to get a little bit better on offense. They need to get a lot of bit better on offense, right? And so I thought that was interesting. You know, he was using a lot of acronyms and stuff, and I'm not sure how that kind of stuff necessarily resonates with the players, but he's going to expect them to play very hard. He's going to expect them to be physical. And he's also going to expect them to be really smart. You know, he talked about a goal of being, I believe what he said was in the top 5 in the league for penalties every season. And that's an ambitious goal and one that they should.
And never give it back. Why are you laughing like that?
My man is high. Oh, my word. Just jumped out day one. We're going to take the North and never give it back. Listen, you know, this reminds me of my first time starting in the NFL. I chopped Brian Cox down on a cut block, and I got up talking trash. And I remember one of my teammates going, hey, man, don't piss him off. I got to block him. It falls in that category. Like, let's not upset everybody in day one. Let's just kind of slide in there. Let's make some adjustments. Let's try to get better each and every week, and then let's talk. Since it's been since 1988 since we owned the North or whatever that looks like. Yeah. So let's just wait and just kind of bide our time. Let's not just make bold statements that make everybody else's board day one.
Dominique, if you're a player on that team, you're take Justin Fields out of it. Well, it's even put Justin Fields in it. Yeah. And you hear the new guy in charge says, we're going to take the North and we're not going to give it back. Do you love it or do you look at him funny?
I mean, I think I look at him funny if I don't know him yet. But that's the same way you kind of feel about all that foolishness that we heard up in Detroit. But it seemed to have worked out some. Like, it seems like that team has embodied that philosophy. So, like, that's an attempt at kind of imposing some new culture of intensity and commitment, I guess. But you got to do the work. So as long as he's in there doing the work, I'm fine with him talking all the crazy stuff he want to talk. But as soon as I take a hit and somebody yells in my ear, I thought you was going to take the North. I'm coming to your office on Monday morning, and you're going to have to feel what I felt.
That's the thing. The difference between what Dan Campbell said in Detroit and this is Dan Campbell was like, we're going to be physical. We're going to be biting people's kneecaps and all that kind of stuff. That's different than saying we're going to be the best team in this division. Exactly. We're going to own it. We're going to be way better than all the rest of you. Dan Campbell was setting an expectation for his guys.
For effort.
This guy is setting an expectation for the results.
That's right.
Which we haven't gotten to yet.
It's the same principle, though, right? I mean, the press conference is for the fans and for the people in the building, right? You want them fired up. Like, people are like, well, what do you think of the new GM? The fact of the matter is nobody in Chicago knows anything about him, right? They know he came from the Chiefs. And you know, if you talk to people in the league, you hear good things about his player evaluation ability, all that kind of stuff. But you don't know what to think of the new GM. And now, if you're a Chicago Bears fan, what do you think? We're fired up. We're going to own the North. Like, that's what it's for. So I don't think it doesn't really bleed into on-field performance 8 months from now, right? Like, no one's going to come after them because the GM said
well,
something.
Well, then let me ask you a separate question then.
I'm okay with him reading off a script to a degree. It was prepared. He put time and energy into that with his staff. Fine. We're going to take the North and never give it back. Like, that's a Game of Thrones reference to me.
Oh,
right? Like, that's something I've heard before. Yeah, we are the North, right? Like, it's something that I feel like he's 36 years old. Like, he's going to look at it a little bit
Did they say
differently.
that in Game of Thrones? Did any character say I'm going to take the North and not give it back?
It just reminds me of
Never seen it. Don't even know what it is.
I've seen a ton of it, and like we
it was
are
good
the North.
until the last
that's
couple
all
seasons.
they talked about, right? So like for me, like I'm okay with that. Now you just have to go out and regardless of what any GM says, Brian Daboll could be up here saying all the right things or not saying anything. They lose or they make the wrong decisions, you're not going to like Brian Daboll. Like, same thing with Ryan Poles. Like, Eberflus is your guy, fine. Like, let's see the progress with Justin Fields. Let's see how the team continues to grow, and the proof is in the pudding on the field.
Jay Key wrote notes for both teams. Go ahead, Key.
I was going to say, I don't need my general manager speaking for the head coach about the product that's going to be on the field. I need him to speak about the product he's putting on the field or the product he's giving the head coach so that the head coach can be successful. I don't need him telling me anything about winning the North because guess what? It's my ass when I don't win the North and I don't own the North.
You know what? It's like, just do the job. You got work ahead of you.
He is going to do the job.
Are you sure?
What do you mean am I sure?
I need him to just do his job, and I need him to get players for the head coach, and I need the head coach to produce, and that's all. I don't need his press conference to sound like, first of all, yes, he can read from a newspaper, from a piece of paper, no question about it. It sounds scripted to me. And when it sounds scripted, I can't believe in it. It just doesn't tickle my fanny, so to speak. And so I'm sure other Chicago Bear diehard fans probably feel the same way, saying to themselves, uh-oh, what have we gotten ourselves into?
He's a footballer. They got another garden variety coachy coach, and they can win. But there's a reason why he got the job. And it's a word that you heard Mully and Haw use over and over and over again. George loved the discipline pitch. And it isn't just, right place, right time, or when I say I'll be in a meeting, it means 5 minutes early, otherwise you're late, and some of that stuff. Apparently, George, like a lot of us, was fed up with stupid penalties, with unsportsmanlike conduct, with taunting, with after the whistle stuff, with behavioral penalties that went unpunished. And this goes back a while. This gets back to Anthony Miller and Javon Wims. And this year with Angelo Blackson and the Steelers game and so many what were viewed as avoidable penalties. And right or wrong, that is a particular pet peeve of George McCaskey, the idea that the Bears players were somehow out of control or not understanding the moment or thinking of themselves more than they were what had to be done for the team. And okay, because we can take that. The thing about discipline is you can take that and say, well, that has to do with every day when you show up of being prepared. It sounds great. And I know that it's a good pitch because everybody wants to think of their team as disciplined. Nobody wants to say, well, we're just a bunch of wild men out there, unless you're, the Jimmy Johnson's Miami teams or something like that takes pride in, or maybe some of the Al Davis Raiders teams that were like that. But these are different times. The game's officiated very differently. And what it does is it fits very, very neatly in a classic sports trope of the pendulum swinging back, that Matt Nagy was more of an affable younger players coach, and apparently that George McCaskey and others want it to swing back in the other direction.
Of the offensive system that Matt Nagy was bringing there, this should allow the Bears to be able to cover up for some of the frailties in the offensive line. Like Charles Leno and Bobby Massey, neither one of them was as awful as what I think a lot of folks were beginning to sort of perceive them as, but there are ways that between competent quarterback play and perhaps even above average quarterback play, but then also just in the play calling. And one of the things you've heard me repeatedly over years that Matt Nagy was here as Bears coach remind folks of is that play calling can take pressure off your offensive line physically, because you can move the launch point, you can have balance to run and pass in your play calling, and that can take some of the physical pressure off of the offensive line, because that defensive front isn't just teeing off on a stationary launch point over and over again with a drop back approach to throwing the football. And then it can also take mental pressure off of the quarterback. You pressure quarterbacks and offensive lines in either of two ways, physically or mentally. And it was too frequent in Matt Nagy's time here that he allowed opponents to be able to do both, because they could just tee off on frequent passing and a stationary launch point. And really until this past season, it didn't become a more consistent thing as he went back to Bill Lazor calling the plays, that you did see pressure off of a young quarterback mentally, pressure off of an offensive line physically. So Sam Mustipher, if James Daniels proves that he can really hold down center better, then yeah, I could see that being a move that the Bears make. But on the whole, I'm going to be more concerned with boning up the skill position talent. I'm going to be more concerned with what the Bears do in enhancing the overall offensive personnel. And again, like I was talking about earlier in the show, Luke Getsy, first time calling plays in the National Football League. That's a big deal. That's not something you go into with blinders on, just assuming anything about
people believe that the job that is being tasked by the OC to develop Justin Fields and to call the plays, especially with our offensive struggles with the last head coach who wasn't good at calling plays, that people are scarred by that and people want a good play caller.
Yeah, look, I will always believe that the number one most important job belongs to the general manager. I mean, he has to pick the right players, because I don't care how good of a coach you are, if you aren't given good enough players, there's a ceiling to how good your team is going to be. And one of the reasons why the Packers, and look, I thought Jerry Angelo was a pretty darn good GM. But one of the reasons why the Packers have caught up and taken over the lead in the all-time series is not just, although it is primarily, the quarterback position. It's also that the Packers drafted really well for a period, and then they've had some down years at the end of the Ted Thompson regime, and they had some down years when Mike Sherman held both roles, and that is when you start to struggle with your one-loss record, when you don't have enough talent on your football team and your Hall of Fame quarterback isn't good enough to make up for those dearths of talent.
By the way, Jerry Angelo, I believe, drafted Cedric Benson the year that Aaron Rodgers went much later in the first round.
He drafted some other really good players. Too.
Yeah.
Hey, Jason, do you feel like from where I'm sitting right now, it looks like your team's disintegrating, and I'm not so unhappy with it. You're losing all your coaches. Aaron lost in the NFC title game, in the divisional matchup.
Yeah, didn't even get there.
Right. Yeah. And I'm just assuming now he's going to go to Denver with Devontae Adams. And you guys are going to be
maybe Tampa.
Yeah, or there. But you guys are, you're just going to be another team in the division.
When it came to Getsy, what set him apart from other candidates?
Yeah, just his innovation, in terms of what he's done as a coordinator in college, and also what he's done as a position coach, and then elevating to passing game coordinator. He's just done a great job with that, and his ability to lead. He is a leader of men, and he's going to do a great job on that offensive side.
How do you teach getting takeaways? And I'll follow up with this. I covered Lovie Smith. We would see in practice guys are picking up the ball even when it's an incomplete pass. How do you go about teaching the importance of takeaways in practices and in the meeting rooms?
Yeah, you're just fanatical about it. You never pass by a strip attempt. We're always scooping all loose balls and going 10 yards. We are fanatical about punching the ball, and in turn, what's going to help is going to help our football team being able to protect the football. So that's what we get from that. Us taking it away, we get a team that really protects it well too.
Well, that's good to know, and you're teaching it, and teaching it is really key, and drilling it for the guys is important. How did you come to adopt the cover 2 as like your base defense, and how have you seen it evolve, considering how many times we're seeing teams in 11 personnel?
Yeah, so back in 2003, I put the defense in by traveling to Indianapolis to see Coach Dungy, and I would come up here to see the Bears. And what we did was we put that in way back then. We were at Missouri, and our program took off from there. And then what happened is that then I go to the pro game, and now the game has evolved, and we run a little bit of that, but that's not our main coverage anymore. We have different coverages, different coverage variations, and the ability to play different types of shell defenses. So that's where it's kind of evolved to, and we've become a little bit more complex, but still simple in the rudiments of our game that we want to play fast, physical, and take the ball away.
I've heard stories about you teaching players and trying to sit them down to understand what it is that you want to do philosophically. And all the reports that I've heard have been you're really good at breaking things down for players. How do you go about stressing to them the importance of things that you want done and getting them to not think versus them just reacting to what it is that they're seeing on the field?
Yeah, that's a great question. And really, it comes down to giving them a clear vision, a picture of what you want to have happen on the field, and just coaching them to that. And then also giving them the reason why and showing them why. Why would you ask me to run all the way across the field to the ball, coach? Well, it's because every player is stripping at it, and that ball could be yours if you just hustle. And I show them the examples. I have lots of tape to show them, and it's really about winning. That's winning football, and that's what we do.
Do you think the defensive coaches have the ability to reverse engineer offenses? Meaning, you see great offenses that you have to attack as a defensive coach. Do you think that gives you insight on how to build an offense?
Absolutely. I absolutely do believe that, and that's a great way to say it. It's like a dual education that we're going to give the quarterback, and we're also going to I'm going to be over in the offensive staff helping them understand techniques and fundamentals of certain coverages and the tells that the defense gives things away at. And then how can we attack that offensively? And then how can we attack that in our quarterback play? So I'm excited about, working, with Luke and the offensive staff to be able to do that this offseason leading up into the OTAs.
Bears head coach Matt Eberflus joining us. It's Carmen and Yurko on ESPN 1000. Speaking of Luke Getsy, fast riser from what we've heard, bright guy. How long have you had your eye on him, and what drew you to Luke?
Yeah, you're in the league here, 13, 14 years. You have your eye on a bunch of different things. You look at scheme, teams that are efficient, teams that have a friendly quarterback offensive system, football teams that can run the football effectively, not just straight downhill at you. Yeah, we're going to do that, but also creating new ways and innovative ways to run the football. And that's what Luke has brought to the table. Even when he was in college, you know, I had some friends down there that were down there with him, and they just said what an innovative coach and what a great person he was, even when he was in college calling the plays. So I've been watching him for a while now, and we've stayed in touch, and it's a great relationship that we've had, and I'm looking forward to building upon that.
Coach, you inherited a 3-4 team, and I assume you're going to an over-under 4-3 scheme here. How much of a difference is going to be for these guys, and will they be able to adjust?
Yeah, what's really good is this is the third time I've done it. You know, I did it, you know, when we were in Dallas, and you know, from 2014 in that area we did it when we had DeMarcus Ware, Anthony Spencer, and all those players, those great players, Sean Lee, Keith Brooking, and all those guys. We switched it over, and they enjoyed it. They loved it because it was the ability to get up the field and penetrate at the defensive line level, play downhill as linebackers, and it gave you the freedom to play and to have vision to play in the back end to get the takeaway. So the guys really love the system. It's easy to teach, it's easy to play, and it's player friendly. And that's what we're excited about doing. So yeah, it's good. And then we brought it to Indianapolis. We did the same thing. We had I think it was 30 or 31st ranked defense, and brought them to a top 10 in the first year. And we switched those players over, and again, same response. They loved it. They're excited to play in it, and it's player friendly.
I just had your head coach on. I'll ask you the same question. When you turned on the tape of Justin Fields, what did you see?
What I saw was potential to be a really good quarterback. And we have to do our job to surround him with really good players and to surround him with protection. And like I mentioned in the press conference, this is the most important piece. Find out what he does well and do that a lot. And then the weaknesses we attack and get better at.
I liked, going back to the general manager side of this too, is just having conversations with Ryan Poles actually after the press conference today. One of the things he brought up that I really liked was in Kansas City, if you wrote a scouting report that said a guy doesn't drop the football, and then they would go to their meetings, right? So the scouting reports are all done. They go to their meetings, and as a staff, they watch the tape on the guy. And all of a sudden, he's dropping footballs on the film. You would get called out for that. You say, oh, that's not what we're seeing right now on film. And then, but in a respectful way, you'd be called out. You would be challenged about it, and then they would come to consensus as a group. And I just, I had somebody tell me recently that I don't know that there was enough of that going on at Hal's Hall the last, 4, 5, 6 years.
So do we call that accountability, whether it's me saying to my starting center, dude, come on, man, what are we doing here? Or my scout, you told me this, that I'm not seeing that.
Well, and I hate to bring everything back to Mitch Trubisky, but don't you think there would have been some of that had the whole process been a little bit more transparent, that they had really, now I know Ryan Pace said that there was all this conviction throughout the building, but like when you don't even involve the head coach in the thing, like that's what I'd like to hear though, if Ryan Poles is coming from a place where there is that accountability, it sounds like, but he kind of offered that up on his own. It didn't sound like, some type of cliche thing that came up. So we'll see.
Yeah, he's had great mentors, right? Pioli, Veach, Ballard, and Chris Ballard, just knowing him a little bit, that is the kind of guy he is. He's going to tell you things that maybe you don't want to hear, right? But that's where Ryan Poles has to be the leader of that side of the building, right? Because big questions about the Bears' upper management. And Ryan Poles has to show them and create the atmosphere and the environment for winning football team, because they haven't had one. Right, they haven't won a playoff game since George McCaskey became chairman of the Chicago Bears. And they've only won or been to 3 or 4 since Ted Phillips became president of the Chicago Bears. So Ryan Poles is the only executive there who knows what winning looks like. And the kind of culture you're talking about is what they need. But does he get everybody to buy in? Because like you're saying, I don't know if it was there before.
Do you think the Bears had bad culture under Matt Nagy? Because I don't. Like it wasn't an issue for the most part of effort. There were times of discipline. Like, I'll certainly grant
there was some effort and some
there was some effort in there for sure.
Yeah.
I think there was a regression by a lot of guys who were drafted in that era that never got better, only got worse, and it wasn't because of injuries or whatever. It was for simple things, like the things that George McCaskey talked about
touching the guy who's down
a receiver. Like, that's that type of stuff. And also the takeaways, like that's like largely an effort thing.
It is.
And the same guys, same roster, and the takeaways just kept going away,
And how about the decay of discipline and like desire to play by some people as well, with Akeem Hicks and all that ugliness that kind of got revealed after the season?
Anthony Miller in the playoff game, absolutely, when that cannot happen. I mean, Mitch on his way out the door mentioned culture. I don't know how much you want to put in that, but he did say it. They got a long way to go to develop culture.
A ton of ugly
Robinson
penalties.
said he didn't call him for an exit interview. So you're right. Maybe there is more of it there. There didn't seem to be. Maybe it was because he was the players' coach and he was by a large part liked by most of the team. A lot of it didn't come out very publicly. He was an offensive coach who didn't score points. So that's why he ultimately needed to go.
Yes, but I do think the culture was bad, and I think they were embarrassed by the culture.
I mean, clearly they needed to change it. You know what I mean? So for one reason or another, I think it's interesting that they seem to have gone so firm on Eberflus as the culture setter when I didn't think the culture was the biggest problem with Matt Nagy being here.
Maybe not a bad culture, but certainly not a winning culture.
That's
it was
fair.
in 2018, but then it just devolved from that point.
I think that's totally
a lot of middle of the road cultures in the NFL that they're just not winning cultures.
Right, all day. Should the head coach of the Chicago Bears be somebody who's trying to find that voice? Should this be a starter job for somebody? That's neither here nor there. That's a debate for another time. He's the head coach of the Bears. I just wonder how long that takes and how one learns to find footing that way.
Yeah, it's going to be part of his challenge. I mean, all those things that come with first-time head coach I think what you just described there is a very kind of, I hesitate to say big picture, but it's something that's going to be important for every single day he's on the job. And then you have the more micro things like when do you call timeout? When do you throw the challenge flag? Things like that, overseeing the entire operation from where he's sitting. So those are all going to be new things for him and what he does with it. But you're right, you talk to people that played for him or coached with him, and you're like, okay, yeah, I get it. He was a linebacker. He coached linebackers. He coached defense. This is just kind of who he is. And then how does that relate to the rest of the football team? But I kind of go back to this, Dan, that the guy wouldn't be at this place in his career if he wasn't able to relate to players. And it might be easier the way he is to relate to linebackers than it will be to relate to wide receivers or, offensive linemen, whatever, just based on the fact that he's been on that side of the ball. But that's where he's got to rely on Luke Getsy and other people that come in. And then he's got to himself find his voice to be that leader for the team. Because I think, and you know this about me, Dan, because I've talked about this in this show, I really try to avoid getting into the culture buzzword, right? Because to me, you're good, you're good. If you're a good football team, then you have a culture. If you're a bad football team, you have a bad culture. But I do think there's something to be said that the way he goes about his business is just a little different, and that the idea of him establishing an identity that this team hasn't had in the previous three regimes could mean something that can stretch throughout the entire football team, not just the defensive side of the ball.
The town that Hoodie and I reside in are going to be really ticked off if Jim Harbaugh is the head coach of the Minnesota Vikings.
And I'd assume that would be why. That'd be because you think the Bears should have made a run at him, right?
Yes.
All right. Here's the one thing about Harbaugh that I would say, and I think it's an important piece for anybody who either wanted him to come or had designs on him coming. If you're going to hire Jim Harbaugh, you need to be all in on him, and you need to understand what you're getting into. And I mean, look, his record is incredible. His record for 4 years in San Francisco on balance was incredible. Went to 3 NFC Championship games, went to a Super Bowl, came a goal line stand away from winning it. And I think you guys know this, he's a different dude. And so, I think a huge part of it, wherever, he winds up going is going to be how the thing's built around him. And, you have to be in a place where your organization can absorb something like that. And I don't know, if the Bears were in that place. It'll be interesting because seeing the Vikings, if that's where he winds up, because they do have a veteran team that's, not totally unlike the one he had in San Francisco. But that's what he is. And, I think a big part of it, too, is if you're going to bring him in, and this is the other piece, is, he's a little bit like Bill Parcells. in that, like, he's going to come in, he's going to shake everything up, he'll probably get immediate results, and then within 3 or 4 years, he'll warn everybody out and be gone. So I don't know if that's what the Bears were looking to sign up for, but I think whoever does, and I'm not 100% convinced the Vikings are going to yet, whoever does, that's what you're signing up for. You're signing up for short-term results, knowing that it's not going to be a 10 or a 15-year hire.
Dave, 3 years ago, the Bengals are sitting there 2-14, wondering if they hired the right coach, and certainly going nowhere. They draft Joe Burrow, and I think that's why, more than anything, they're in the Super Bowl. But it just reinforces the idea, you're not going to have Joe Burrow. I'm not comparing Justin Fields to him, but how far away is any team from competing for a playoff spot? In today's NFL, are you always maybe a season and a half away from being competitive? And are the Bears closer than maybe some people think?
I think they are. I truly do. I think if they, obviously Justin Fields is going to be a major part of that, but I think the Bears can close the gap in a hurry and become a playoff team. I really do, and I don't want to be a guy that's jumping on here and putting any kind of pressure on the new GM or head coach. That's not what I'm saying. But I think they've got a good enough roster that they can make strides, and they were close this year, and they were in the playoffs last year. So absolutely that can happen. I do think when people talk Cincinnati, though, and I'm a Joe Burrow fan from get-go. I love everything about that kid. But, boy, you look at their supporting cast, and, Joe Mixon is a Pro Bowl running back, and Jamar Chase and Higgins. I mean, they've got some real stars on that offense that people, for whatever reason, some of these guys get lost in the shuffle because of Joe Burrow. But, I think the Bears can close the gap in a hurry and be a contender, and then you go from there.
What is your take, Dave, on Trace Armstrong playing a significant role in this? He is the representative, the agent for all of these guys, for God's sake, for the head coach, for the general manager, for the offensive coordinator.
You just hire Trace, right? Make it easy on yourself.
Why? Did they try that?
He's doing the job already.
No, I told you guys. I talked to Trace about a month ago, and when all this speculation started, and Trace got so much going. He's had such a fabulous year. I mean, we're talking here, but even with the college coaches that he represents, Lincoln Riley and Brian Kelly and blah blah blah. So I mean, he's very happy doing what he's doing. He conveyed that to me. Down there in Gainesville with his family and his kids. So he can get as much of this as he wants without having to be here 7 days a week, 14 hours a day. Think about it. He's got his hand in it right now because of it, because of the situation with Ryan and Matt. So Trace is involved, whether people like it or not. He's here.
Hey, let me ask you a question, Aldo. Because obviously I was busy rectifying the garbage, the fucking mess I had in the other room. So I came back in the middle of that. Who was that? Because, again, I was only listening to audio that was talking about Jim Harbaugh saying this is what you get in the short term. Who was saying that?
Albert Breer.
Man, I just disagree with that. We had Matt Nagy for 4 years. So what? If you bring Jim Harbaugh in and you win and he's gone in 4 years – then fuck, so what?
But I agree with you. I've vacillated back and forth. I want Harbaugh. I don't want Harbaugh and so forth. But the issue is he wants $100 million. That's probably what he's going to get with the Vikings, a 10-year, $100 million contract, just like John Gruden get. So you're really going to be paying $100 million for 4 or 5 years because it's a totally guaranteed contract. Do you think that's worth it?
I do. And what are we going to do as Bear fans when we see Vic Fangio as his defensive coordinator in Minnesota?
Yeah.
The only thing, maybe I could be wrong, and maybe I'm guilty of not giving Kirk Cousins enough credit, because statistically he deserves a lot, maybe a pat on the back more so than what I've given him. He's won a playoff game up there on the road too. But I think, especially given the cap number, I think we're better off with Fields than they are with Cousins. And I hope that we got it right, because so far so good on our coach. I mean, I like the fact that he wants us to do the peanut punch and hustle, all these things after Lovey that's happened, like the play with Green Bay in 2013 when the ball was on the ground and one of the Packers picked it up and scored a touchdown when 4 Bears were standing there. Like, we won't have that problem anymore in theory.
Right.
I like going back to the 4-3, but I hate Jim Harbaugh going to Minnesota. I hope it doesn't happen.
I'm forgetting who it was that said this on one of the shows on ESPN tonight. Oh, it was Mike Wilbon on Pardon the Interruption. He said, I guarantee you that the Bears had talks with Jim Harbaugh. They had feelers out, whether it was with Jim or his agent. They had feelers out, and they quickly realized this isn't going to work because of what he wants, and we're not prepared to pay $100 million. So I don't know if that's true, and he said it was just speculation on his part. But
if I had to guess, it would go back to the thing like we've talked about before, where Michael McCaskey didn't like Mike Ditka's demeanor and didn't like him being bigger than the fucking team and was jealous about that. I could see that the way George is behaving nowadays. I mean, he seems like Michael McCaskey. So, and obviously that's his brother.
Yes.
So, or was his brother. So it's not like it's like too foreign of a thinker. So I wouldn't be surprised now if George is just like, oh, we don't want that kind of disposition here in the organization. I don't want to deal with him because Harbaugh is a miniature version of Ditka. That's who we learned from. And if he goes to Minnesota, they are going to be tough. Hopefully our guy is going to make us tough too. But you saw that in San Francisco, man. When they were there, they were fucking hitting. And man, that's a great hire by the Vikings. And I'm they talk about penis envy. I'm going to be coach envy. If Harbaugh goes to Minnesota, I am. And I will tell you this. I hate to say this. It's kind of like when McMahon was up there in 93 and they won the division. And of course, McMahon beat us twice, both times. When they went to the playoffs and we didn't, I was rooting for Minnesota because of McMahon. I hate to say it, but if the Bears are number one, but if Harbaugh goes there, that'll probably be like, if they make it farther than us or something, I would be rooting for Minnesota then because I do like Jim.
I from a drama and theatrical standpoint, I hope Jim Harbaugh does go to Minnesota.
Not me, because I want us to win.
You know what? I my first wish is that I wish he would have come to the Chicago Bears, because I read Dan Pompei's article in The Athletic, and he talked about why Harbaugh should have been called and why he should have been the coach. Former Bear, disciplinarian, has a sterling record wherever he's coached. It's gone to the Super Bowl. I mean, he fucking wrote a great article. Dan Pompei, a Pro Football Hall of Fame writer, so you would expect that from him. Very convincing. And so I said, yeah, maybe they should have. Well, I'll tell you what, though, since it didn't happen, I want to beat them now. Just like as much as I want to beat Aaron Rodgers. Now, there is one thing about Aaron Rodgers. I'm fucking fed up with him. I hope that he and Tom Brady just get the fuck out of Dodge and we don't hear from them. They're not hired for commercials. There's just like a United States embargo or moratorium on guys like Aaron Rodgers and Tom Brady. God bless Tom Brady. He deserves the 7 rings and so forth. But I'm tired of Tom Brady.
I agree with you. But Brady didn't do that many endorsements over the years. When you compare it to like Peyton Manning, who was a whore. Peyton Manning would have endorsed Playtex. That's a tampon, right?
Yes, it is.
He would have definitely endorsed that if they'd have given him the money. He would have endorsed butt plugs. Tom Brady just kind of was here or there, considering that he's Tom Brady, he could have done a lot more, I think.
Oh, I'm picturing that commercial now. Hold on a second. I'm picturing that commercial now with Eli and Peyton. Hey, what is that, Peyton? Oh, it's my butt plug.
Cooper showed me.
Cooper has one. Why don't you?
Hey, a fun fact, though, the first game in San Francisco at their new stadium, of course, it's kind of like the Bears situation here. It's not in San Francisco. They're in 30 miles away, kind of like Arlington Heights.
Okay.
In Santa Clara. But the first game in that stadium, Jim Harbaugh coached the 49ers. And Jay Cutler led the Bears to a win in that stadium on Sunday Night Football.
Look at that. Oh, man, I love your memory. I wish I could have it for a day.
Yeah, and we were down. Like Cutler led a big comeback in that game. We were down maybe at least 10 or 14. And he got sacked a bunch, of course, and came back to win with his arm, too. And if you recall, the first game at the Colts Stadium, Lucas Oil Stadium, was in 2008. And the Bears beat them on Sunday night. And Matt Forte's first game as a Bear.
In the media clips, you probably missed this one because it was early on while you were tending to business. Dan Bernstein talked about why George McCaskey probably fell in love with Matt Eberflus was because of the discipline he's going to bring into the team. Clearly, McCaskey was not happy with the lack of discipline on this team. Here's an incredible stat for you. Since 2018, the team that is most penalized for discipline type penalties like taunting, like
it's us.
We're second behind Jacksonville.
The Jacksonville.
Yes.
Who's a taunter on Jacksonville? That's amazing.
I don't know, but it also included personal fouls and other, discipline type penalties. So, yeah.
So if you're losing, you're the team that makes those penalties. And that's, so we're losing. And Jacksonville had that one year they went to the title game and went straight to shit the way we did after 18.
Exactly. And so, there are what it was called, I think it was Kevin Fishbane that came up with the stat. I didn't include it in the media, but he said that those are wasted yards, or in some cases wasted points. And we saw this over and over again, the middle of this 2021 season, the Bears just killed themselves with against the Pittsburgh Steelers. It was the fucking penalties.
I still think that was a bullshit call, though.
Yeah, I agree. It was the
especially when the defense is allowed to have like 12 people. Someone can come off the bench and celebrate when there's a turnover. And this guy did do a stupid kick or whatever. I get it, but he didn't say a fucking word to anybody.
And I don't want to talk about it tonight, but the taunting thing, we have to revisit that, because I just saw an NBA game the other day where a player was taunting Stephen Curry. And you know what happened? Stephen Curry burned the fuck out of him. He just took that player.
He's a bad man.
Yes. Took that player that was taunting him and took him to school and beat his fucking ass. Why can't we have that in the NFL? Why can't we have
Steph Curry makes a 38-foot three-pointer look like a free throw.
He does. He's magnificent. Mike North thinks he's one of the top 10 NBA players of all time, and I was giving Mike shit about that. Oh, Mike, it's because you were a jump shooter when you played basketball. That's why you love him so much. You know what? I think Mike is right. Stephen Curry is a bad man.
It's hard to argue against it. I mean, and it's not like he hasn't won.
Yep, exactly.
And hell, they're second in the West now.
Yeah, I got a feeling they're going to win another one.
Yeah, man. And what's his name? Thompson's back too. So not that this is the Golden State Warriors show, but man, they're a scary team when they've got both of those guys back.
Indeed. The other thing, a couple of other things I want to talk about, accountability. I love when Adam Hogue said that when he interviewed Ryan Poles after the press conference, that they talked about how they would look at tape. And if the scouting report said this guy has great hands, and then if they would all sit down and watch the tape together, if the guy dropped some passes, hey, wait a minute, that's not what was in the scouting report. What's going on here? And it wasn't adversarial, but it was making the scouts accountable for their reports. You know how fucking huge that is? That is fucking huge to have that kind of culture, should I say it, or environment, work environment, and so forth, where you are double checking people's work, not because you don't trust them, but because you're relying on them to have excellent reports on players. And if that fucker drops passes, it should be in your scouting report. It should not be because you were fucking, taking a shit while you were watching tape on the player and you missed those key drops. So I love the fact that what appears to be that we're going to have a general manager and a pro personnel and a college scouting department that is going to be held accountable for all their mistakes. And by the way, I don't know if I should say this. I'll just say this. I have it from a reliable source that people were really fucking upset. People, meaning the people at Hallis Hall, were really upset with Ryan Pace, to the point where key people in the organization were referring to him as a fucking idiot.
Wow.
Yes.
Yeah, I mean, not that I should be shocked, but I kind of am, because I thought, at the very least, people thought, he was a good dude and all, so that shocks me.
Yeah, I was shocked too, because I thought, that it was kind of a rosy picture, but I think things deteriorated so much in 2021, and it got that tension at Hallis Hall, that animosity that was going on at Hallis Hall, got to George McCaskey early in the season, middle of the season, and that's when he started plotting, okay, we're going to have to make some moves here.
Hey, do you think and again, this is a hindsight question, but you remember heading into Thanksgiving, we had all that smoke about, Matt Nagy's going to be fired after this Lions game.
Mm-hmm.
And George had to, go speak to the team, and they repudiated that report from that guy who's not a football reporter, whatever his name was. You know what I'm alluding to.
Can you say that one more time? I'm sorry, I got distracted. Say that one
You
more
remember when that report came out that the Bears were going to fire Matt Nagy after Thanksgiving, and then George had to deny that.
Okay.
But for 2 days, they let that go.
Right.
Do you think in hindsight, given that if we believe that that's true, that the organization thought that Ryan Pace was an idiot, do you think in hindsight that Pace should have spoken up and not George in that situation? Do you think maybe if Pace would have forcefully showed up on Monday when that report dropped and said, hey, this isn't true, do you think in hindsight that would have helped him as general manager? You think that George would have been like, we like the fact that he's coming out and denying this report, or would it just not have mattered either way? Maybe they lost respect for him when he just sat there hiding.
I think that I think that's a great question. I can only speculate and think that by that time, Ryan had lost grips on the organization and knew that something was going on with upper management, and that he and Matt Nagy were going to be ousted at the end of the season or in the season. And he may have thought that the report is true, but now that it's out, what can we do? So it was just a total pig fuck. You know what? My hope is that after 11 years of being CEO and chairman, George McCaskey is finally starting to get it. As much as a curmudgeon and stupid for not answering questions about contracts and so forth, there was a little bit more bravado in McCaskey. He kept saying, my decision, this is my decision, I made this decision, and so forth. So I think that there might be hope for this guy. There might be hope. Hey, like you said, Dan, you said it as soon as we heard that Nagy and Pace were fired. You were so fucking happy.
Yes.
Right?
Nothing else was bothering me, even though everyone was like, oh, this press conference is so bad. I didn't care.
Right?
And it wasn't even Pace. It was Nagy that I thought needed to go.
Right.
And George McCaskey's mustache needs to go as well.
It does, right? He looks
and
like,
I'm so glad that Club Dub is gone.
Oh, yeah. Bye-bye with Club Dub. Yeah, George McCaskey's mustache. He looks like a 1950s Western villain. He's the guy that comes in and he's trying to sell rifles to the Indians or so. I don't know.
In 2022, he looks like the guy that would touch his granddaughter. It would be in a mugshot. 3 mustache rides.
All right. Let's one other thing regarding, well, I want to bring Tooch in, but do you want to talk about the Brian Flores thing before we bring Tooch in, or bring him in and get his thoughts along with
however you want to do it? But there's one other huge thing that I think we should talk about, whether that's with all 4 of us or just you and I.
Okay.
I think that we need to talk about the offensive coordinator too.
Oh, yes. Well, let's bring the Tooch in, because he's been working feverishly behind.
I hope he's got a piece ready for us. Has he got a state of affairs for us?
Oh, we're going to find out. Yeah, he's nodding yes. There he is. It is none other than Johnny Santucci. You know what, John? Every time my wife asked me, "Oh, what show you have on? Who's going to be on, and so forth." Every time I say the name Santucci, I sing it to her. Johnny Santucci. He's one of the best fucking last names in planet Earth, man. It's really good.
I have disconnected myself from all news and phone and technology, so I don't know what's going on.
Okay, good.
No, I'm kidding.
You think that the bear sound effect that he has for the open is like the sound the bear would make when he's coming?
Oh yeah, actually, it's the sound I make when I come. I did it last night. I woke up my wife. What's going on down there? Oh, I'm sorry, honey.
Well, when I think, or when I was thinking about, what George and Ted and Bill Polian would do.
Mm-hmm.
The last thing I thought was that they would hire guys named Ryan and Matt again.
No, there was a reporter who asked that question during the press conference. I didn't hear the response because my signal gave out momentarily. But I thought, well,
George looked at him like he was a fool.
Exactly. I saw that briefly, but did he respond to it at all?
He did. He said something facetiously, like I forget exactly what it was. He was like, "Oh yeah, that's right." Whatever he said, he was trying not to be an asshole, but he was kind of saying like, "You're wasting your question on this."
Yeah, that it should not have been a question raised at that press conference. By the way, in tomorrow's Bears special, I'm hoping that JJ Stankovitz and Patrick Finley are going to make it because of this weather. I'm scared. But one of the things that I want to talk to them about is about press conferences, and there is and Dan, you should know this. You've worked in professional radio for a long time. There are unwritten rules. There is a unspoken of I'm forgetting what the word is.
A decorum.
Decorum. Thank you very much. There's a decorum when you're holding a press conference, and so when somebody asks a stupid question, the other reporters get really fucking pissed off because it destroys the mojo and stuff. And so I'm going to ask them about that, not about that specific question, but about, how press conferences work, because I think a lot of fans sometimes are unjustly critical of reporters. It's not like they all gather together and huddle up and say, okay, we're going to ask about this question. You got to remember, these guys all work for different organizations. They want to get their question and what they've been thinking about. And so sometimes, while I would love to see a follow-up question, somebody just asked a good question and George McCaskey avoids the question, I would love to see somebody step forward and ask a question. David Hall did it in that press conference a couple of weeks ago. But that's not the way it works. Everybody is out for themselves on this. Anyway.
Did anybody in the radio, the montage that you made, again, I didn't get to hear all of it because I was busy with the other station. Did anyone ask either Poles or Eberflus, can you conclusively tell me that Justin Fields is your quarterback? Did anybody ask them that?
No, not that way. No.
That's what I want to know. I want to know. I just bought the white jersey. It's like I've got three Fields jerseys now. Did I waste $100 again?
All right, so John, I apologize. We're sneaking into your segment here.
Yeah. Let's hear about this.
Right. Wait. I gotta ask Dan this first. How many jerseys do you own of players that you're like actually ashamed of having purchased the jersey? Because you got a lot of jerseys.
Yeah, like I told you, I bought that Mike Glennon one. As soon as he got signed, just as like, okay, I'm going to move forward. Cutler, he's gone. I hate it, but
that's something you don't admit to.
Well, I cut it up for Phil actually on 100 Proof. Where I don't know if he ever aired it, but I cut it up. Literally took a pair of scissors and just cut the fucking jersey up. And I think he was still on the team, maybe.
Did it come with a turtleneck?
Mike Glennon. I have a Jared Allen in white.
Oh no!
I've got Tank Johnson.
What?
Tank Johnson. Yeah, I've got Kevin White. Yeah, so there's a couple of jerseys there that I will never, ever wear again.
Did you get splinters or shin splints or whatever it's called when you bought when you put the Kevin Johnson jersey on?
The Kevin White jersey, man. He played at West Virginia, so I was happy, I thought, yes, this guy can go deep and he's explosive, and we never saw it. He was hurt from the get-go.
Foster says, Glenn, and Dan, you're hooked. Yes, he is.
I did not buy an Andy Dalton jersey, though. Let me just say that.
Man, oh man, I might buy one for you just because we need to get that collection of disastrous Bears acquisitions in your closet.
I've got so many that people would like. I've got Rex in every color. I've got Jay in every color. I've got Mitch in every color.
Oh my God.
Yeah. So I've got.
What's the most?
Just a plethora.
What's the most not nondescript? That's not the word, but a player that people would say who?
Oh, well, before I even think about that real quick, I also have an authentic white Chicago Bears number 10.
Two
Cordell
guys
Stewart.
in the entire world who have a Glennon jersey, Dan and James Christo.
Yeah, James Christo says he wears his Glennon jersey for Halloween.
I've got Cordell Stewart, authentic. Did you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah.
Cordell Stewart, authentic. No shit.
Well, yeah, and you know what? I was so excited when Cordell Stewart was a Chicago Bear. I was thinking, holy shit, we get this guy. He can do so many different things and stuff. But little did I know that wasn't going to work out.
And most nondescript Bears jersey, though. That's a good question.
Oh, man.
I don't know how many people remember Conway now. So I've got Curtis Conway.
Mike Woods and I were talking about Curtis Conway this morning. There's funny stories. I've been trying to get Curtis Conway on with us, and I'm going to keep trying. But he had never played in a cold weather game, which makes you wonder, why would the Bears draft a wide receiver who's never played in winter temperatures before?
Hey, he was a good pick, though.
He did end up being an excellent pick. After his rookie season was like not very good, and then after that,
they just had him returning kicks, though. He didn't really have enough a big shot to run routes.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's a good jersey purchase. And if we get Conway on here, I want you on video wearing that jersey.
It's so bad, though.
Why?
Because replicas in the 90s were just made so half-assed, and it's a champion replica. Like, I don't even think it had the TV numbers on the side, but that's in like 96, 7 or whatever. That was the way replicas looked.
Mm-hmm.
So, I mean, yeah, I've got it. Like I said, it just looks so fucking fake now, though.
Which is another reason why you should cherish those jerseys, because when they are defective or of ill quality, somehow, some way, they become more prized. Right, Tooch? I see Tooch nodding his head. Tooch, join the conversation here. Let us know what what's on your mind. Do your segment for us.
Well, if I can interrupt one more second.
One more time.
I just want to say the only jerseys that I have now that are old that I will still wear.
Mm-hmm.
Occasionally I'll slip on a Cutler.
Mm-hmm.
I'll wear Mike Brown. Occasionally I'll wear Thomas Jones. I'll wear Anthony Thomas occasionally. Mm-hmm. But beyond that, the older ones I don't really wear too much.
Okay.
I mean, or Walter, of course, Walter or Jim McMahon. But I'm not wearing the 82 Greg Olson anymore,
Okay. Well, do this. Get your girlfriend, whoever she is this week, to videotape you wearing all of these jerseys. I want to put together a really cool video with you modeling these jerseys.
I don't have time to do that this week.
Well, not this week. Well, sometime during the off season, we'll have some fun with that. By the way, I bought, I don't know why, but I bought a Sammy Sosa Cubs shirt. I think I've mentioned this on the show before. And then a couple of years later, he left the city of Chicago in disgrace. He acted like an asshole and so forth. So I took my Cubs shirt to the tailor and I said, can you rearrange these letters so that it spells ASSO, ASO? Because Sammy Sosa ended up being an asshole, but I still love him. He gave me great throws. That's a topic for another show. We got to talk about that baseball season and steroids.
The Hall of Fame shit is such a fucking scam.
Absolutely. We need to talk
all those guys deserve to be in. Clemens is the best pitcher of his generation.
Totally
Bonds is the best hitter of his generation.
Yes, totally agree. Their numbers are inflated because of steroids, but it doesn't matter. And the numbers before they started taking steroids
would have been good enough if they retired.
You got it. Tooch agrees.
McGuire and
I
Sosa.
just had this conversation with Sean Higgs on one of my shows about Clemens and Bonds, about how good they were before the steroid era. It didn't matter, the numbers they were putting up. But he was on.
Tooch, tell us about your segment, what you got for us today, because I can't wait to hear.
Should I go get my Devin Aroma-Shadu jersey?
Say again?
Do I need to go put on my Devin Aroma-Shadu jersey?
You really do have a Devin
You got Aroma-Shadu?
No.
I've got Musa and Muhammad.
Whoa.
Authentic.
I'll never forget. I was at a Bears game and I'm watching the introductions and I'm thinking, who's going to be introduced last? And it was Mushin Muhammad. And I'm thinking, well, poor guy. he's not going to have a pass thrown to him all game. All right, Mitch, tell us what you got for us, brother.
We're ready to go? Ready to roll? All right.
I'll mute my mic, I promise.
I was laughing so hard my nose started running over you guys talking about Dan's jerseys and stuff. I would need my own closet for jerseys if I wasn't, I think.
I
thought he's got his own Bears closet, Bears jersey closet.
He sent me a photo. I have it somewhere with all the jerseys. It's real and it's a lot of jerseys. It's amazing.
Yeah, I wanted to before I talk about a little Bears state of affairs, I want to circle back on how the Bears media reporters' mojo is at an all-time high after these last two George McCaskey press conferences. Their mojo is at an all, especially like guys like Potsy, just taking shots, asking what every fan has always wanted to ask. I think Potsy, he just had enough over the years.
I want to have Potsy on the show because I want to kiss his feet. His questions are courageous. They're on point. Yep. I love it. I love it. By the way, Laro Golden says he would like to have an A-Train jersey. Dan, you got an A-Train jersey, Anthony Thomas?
Yeah, I've got the white 35. Yes.
Awesome.
Yeah, an A-Train jersey would be fantastic.
Nicely done.
So I talked about my first thought about the Bears hirings. Then I thought about my second thought. I mean, I'll talk about my second thought, which was they don't have to do much nameplate changing. Caskies, you still have a parking spot. That could be Matt's parking spot and the Ryan P's parking spot. So the George and Ted were probably like, we could save some money there. We don't have to change the name on the door, the parking space. That was my second thought, And I had a buddy who was in Chicago recently, and he was on Michigan Avenue. He sent me this, Aldo.
Eberflus and Pose.
Yep. Millinery and Hattery, handcrafted headwear of exceptional quality, no visors.
Oh, I love it.
No visors.
I love it.
I love it.
No visors. So Eberflus and Poles, it sounds like a fine hat shop. To me, that was my third thought.
Yeah, that's good.
Aldo, I thought of the jersey I have that fits the question you had. I'm sorry to interrupt.
No, go ahead.
The most obscure Bears jersey I have now, the number 83 David Terrell jersey.
Oh, let's draft a wide receiver who's got a really bad bone break in his foot.
Had such high hopes for him.
I got it for my birthday from my girlfriend way back in 01 or 2.
Oh, well, she bought it for you. So that's a little bit different when it's bought as a gift. Like I got a Trubisky jersey. There's no fucking way I would have paid for a Trubisky jersey. I mean, I am on record as saying I don't buy jerseys unless they are retro jerseys. I want a jersey of a Bears player who is in the Hall of Fame or is of Hall of Fame caliber. I want to make sure I'm spending my money on a truly great player. And so right now, if you told me, hey, there's some really authentic, beautiful jerseys about Khalil Mack, I would be a little bit on the fence with that because he had one great season and then good seasons, but he's not Butkus. He's not Ditka. He's not Sayers. He's not Peyton. Those are the jerseys I own. So
Draft Dr. Phil had Lewis Tillman.
Lewis Peanut Tillman?
No, Lewis Tillman, the running back that we had. He came from the Giants.
Oh, yes.
He was with the Bears in 94 and 5. Phil told me that a woman bought it for him. It's not like he bought it, but he says he still had it. He told me that story like 4 years ago.
Yeah. Well, he should set that fucker on fire, man. What else you got for us, Tooch?
Well, Matt Eberflus. I mean, here's the thing: we didn't get Harbaugh, and it looks like Harbaugh will be going to the Vikings. So we're hiring guys, that haven't done these jobs before. But hey, anything's better than Matt Nagy.
I agree.
That's where I'm at.
I so agree with you.
I'm just let's give him a chance. I mean, Eberflus. I mean, the Colts defense gave up some games, at the towards the end of the season, but he's got a lot more to work with over here, I think.
I'm with you, Tooch. I want, I'm not going to knock the guy because he's using all these cliches, hit and all this coach speak and so forth. I want to see results. We're going to know a little bit about these guys very, very soon. Free agency is coming up in March, so we'll get an indication as to what Ryan Poles is going to do with this roster. And we're going to study it. And we're going to talk about it. We're going to debate it. But one thing is clear. He's going to start laying his identity for this team down very, very quickly. And that's going to be huge. And then a month and a half later, it's going to be the NFL draft. And by the time that draft is over, the three of us are going to get together with our guests and so forth. And I want to get some of the people in the chat room involved and being on the show. And we're going to talk about those draft picks. And we're going to make a thorough evaluation of this new Chicago Bears team. And then the pièce de resistance is, of course, what happens in the NFL season. They got to get off to a fast start. And you know what? I'm going to be a little bit lenient. If they lose games, but they lose them by fighting hard and playing good football and so forth, but because their roster still might not be set, that's why they're losing, then I'm going to be applauding the effort and moving forward. Not that I'm into participation trophies at all, but
it's like what you said with Wani. It's like we could be proud of those teams even if they were 4-12 because they fought.
Mm-hmm. Exactly.
And that's why we still remember Wannstedt fondly, as opposed to Matt Nagy. Even if he was coach of the year 10 years from now, none of us are going to be like, you know what, he was better than we thought. Mm-hmm. Absolutely not.
Right. And I want to see the equivalent of if a player sees a loose ball and he doesn't dive for it. I want to see the equivalent of like when Woody Hayes would grab a guy by the face mask and yell at him. Not that that's acceptable in these days, but I want to see the equivalent of that in these days with Eberflus addressing that with the player, and then in the press conference, strongly letting us fans know this has been addressed and it won't happen again, because if it does, that player won't be on the roster. That's the type of team I want.
You know what's so ironic? If Harbaugh goes to Minnesota, that's the site of Ditka losing his mind on him in 92. The site of Harbaugh's worst moment, even though it wasn't his fault. Neil Anderson's the one didn't hear the check. But that was the site of his worst moment in his professional career.
That's amazing.
And now could be a Vikings head coach.
That is fucking amazing, Dan. Oh, man. That is like...
You remember that? The Todd Scott
Oh,
game.
my gosh. I'll never forget it. I'm visualizing right now in my mind how Ditka was way out of line with how he treated his quarterback. That just
probably got him fired, honestly.
Yeah. Well, and if you read the book, I forgot the title of the book, but it was written by Armin Katayan. He said that it was Jerry Vanisi, the Bears general manager at the time, who really saved Ditka from being fired in those early seasons before they won a Super Bowl. Because he was just such a loose cannon. And Edward McCaskey was just so pissed off with his histrionics and didn't want that. And Vanisi would act as the mediator between them, and he would advise Ditka, you need to calm it down. This is different. You're an NFL head coach. The administration is a little more conservative and so forth. He saved Ditka's ass. And by the time 1984 came along, there was just no way McCaskey could fire Ditka, because you could tell everybody that followed pro football at the time knew this team is going to win a Super Bowl next year. I mean, when they lost that game against the 49ers in the playoffs, even though it was like a 14-3 final score, everybody
23-0.
20. Oh my gosh, this guy's amazing. He's amazing. You could probably name everybody that scored a touchdown. Can you, Dan?
No, I can't do
Okay.
that. That game is one I've watched like 3 times ever.
But even, I remember watching it. I was at my girlfriend's house. We were watching the game, and she asked me, "How come you're not upset like you normally are?" I go, "You know what? This team is going to win a Super Bowl next year." Watch.
And I bet you won't admit this, what you were probably saying on that very day in January of '85 when the Bears lost. Next year, we're going to have Jim McMahon back.
I did say that because it was Mr. Fuller that was the quarterback at the time.
Yeah.
And I remember this hot sex that we had afterwards. That was incredible, man.
Hey, you know what's fun if you go back in that game I was talking about with Harbaugh and Minnesota and I know we got to be quiet. We need to give Tooch and Aaron time. We got to bring Aaron in. But Harbaugh's game with Ditka and Harbaugh in the Metrodome and that audible, who was announcing the game? A very, very young Jim Nance for CBS.
Oh, my goodness. Holy shit.
Jim Nance couldn't have been but like 28 then or something.
Yeah, he's one of my least favorite play-by-play guys. Despite the
I
fact
don't like
that
him either, but
he
it's
doesn't
fun
do
to go back.
anything wrong. It's just he's more of a tennis golf guy to me.
Yeah, he's like the hush over the crowd is amazing.
Tooch, who's your favorite NFL announcer of all time? And please say Ray Scott. No, I'm just kidding.
Oh, man. I mean, it's hard to, top.
Pat Summerall for me.
Yeah, Pat Summerall and John Madden, just like
yes,
that was probably the best pair of all time. But the best play-by-play announcer in my mind is Al Michaels.
Yeah, Al Michael was next.
And I'm a big fan of Mike Tirico. And, of course, Pat Summerall was great. But at the time, I detected there was something going on with Pat Summerall because I like to drink, and so did he.
I liked back in the day. I know everyone talks shit about him now, but Dick Stockton was solid, man, in the 80s and 90s.
He was.
And so was Dick Enberg.
Yes. And isn't it a shame that Dick Stockton and Leslie Visser are no longer married?
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
Doesn't Leslie Visser remind you of Joan on Mad Men?
Oh, yeah. No.
She's big and had points had red hair. So
Leslie Visser has a very, shapely shape, very curvaceous.
But I think she was tall, is what I was comparing her to with the jump.
I immediately go tits and ass. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Aaron wants to know if we still want him on. I told him yes, absolutely.
Oh yes, absolutely. Kurt Gowdy got a mention from Laz. He was his favorite. Hair Bear says, "Hey, Hair Bear, what's happening? Look at I get to see Hair Bear's picture for the first time. You're a handsome gentleman."
Can I comment on the Kurt Gowdy? I need to be quiet. I'm taking too much mic time up tonight, but
it's all right.
Here's the reason. And Kurt Gowdy was a legend. So I'm not trying to shit on a guy who's no longer here. Mm-hmm. But here's the reason that I take umbrage with Kurt Gowdy. Mm-hmm. And 2 quick examples. During Super Bowl III, if you go back and watch it now, if that had been any of the announcers that we've mentioned so far, what you would have heard over and over and over is, can you believe that this team's 18-point underdogs? The AFL's never won a game versus the NFL. And this fucking guy here, guaranteed victory. That's never happened before. Mm-hmm. That had never happened. Someone to be that brazen to do that. He rarely mentions the significance of the game, and that's Super Bowl III. And he was the AFL announcer, because remember back then,
yes,
CBS was the NFL. They were for the AFL. He does a poor job of telling the story, the narrative, and the reason he ended up losing his gig is he went to CBS at the end. Was because I mentioned this once before. The game where Denver just fucking got handed the AFC Championship against the Raiders, which made Madden lose his mind when Rob Lytle fumbled in January of '78. That was on New Year's Day, and they had Kurt go do the College Bowl game, because remember back then the significant game was January 1st,
mm-hmm.
whichever title game it was back then.
Which is the way it should be today, but please go ahead.
So they put Enberg in because they had Kurt do their big national title game because he did both of them. But this happened the same day. So they put Dick Enberg on the AFC Championship, and he did such a great job of just saying the significance of, the Broncos are upstart. They've never won anything. The Raiders are the team that always wins. They're the defending champions. The whole game, he is selling the story so the average person can become invested. Even if they didn't watch the whole season, they can he's filling in all the blanks. He's doing all the storytelling that Kurt Gowdy never did. And you know what? They gave him the fucking NFL job right after that.
Amazing.
And Kurt Gowdy took his talents to CBS.
And Dan, that's why you would make a really good play-by-play announcer, because you get the concept of story.
But I don't know the formations enough.
That's something you can learn. That's a week of tutoring from Greg Gabriel, and all of a sudden you're on your way.
To quote Phil, I'd be a fraud.
Aren't we all, though, Dan?
But I don't want to bump Aaron or Santucci here, so I'm going to kind of take a seat back and listen to you all.
Well, Aaron is still not with us, but he should be popping in any moment. But Tooch, please take over the stage, because I know you got a lot on your mind that you want to expound on.
You need to pee?
Yes, I do.
Oh, God. Well,
what do you think about this OC, Tooch?
Yeah, that is exactly what I wanted to talk about. Was I think it's great that we're stealing from the enemy. We take away a guy that plays a role on our biggest rival. So I think it's a great hire. I like the Green Bay offense. I love the passing game, and that's what you're bringing here, the passing game coordinator. They run the screen pass very well. They run the passing game, all the different routes, and the formations.
They run the slant.
They run the slant, for God's sakes. And the formations are designed to set up the defense. Though whether you are running from the formation or passing from the formation, that sets up play action. All that stuff sets up the screen pass.
Yeah, it's like when Nagy would call something, the play never meant anything. When Green Bay runs it, if they run a jet sweep on this form, the next time you see it, it's going to go the other way.
Exactly. And a lot of folks in the chat room said this the folks in the chat room were saying the exact same thing. Nagy's formations didn't set the defense up for the next play, the next time the defense saw the formation, and that's
it was just like no rhyme or reason. It's like playing a game of Madden. That's what Nagy did.
Yep. And Harbaugh agrees. Maybe we can run some real screen passes. I mean, that's the Green Bay used to run that screen pass against us all the time, man.
Even back in the 90s, like William Henderson was always catching it and pissing me off.
Yep, catching the screen pass, and then he's got like 3 offensive linemen in front of him, ready to roll down the left side. That was
every
always
time they would throw a little like wide receiver bubble screen. They always had 3 blockers in front of the receiver too.
Yeah, exactly.
Everything they would do screen wise would kill us all the time. Dorsey Levens, Edgar Bennett, William Henderson, and all the way up until now.
Someone in the chat room, I forget who asked what free agents we'd like to see the Bears sign. It would make a difference on the Bears. I know. I think Aldo's mentioned these. Aldo's mentioned these guys before, but we're talking which free agents, top free agents. The number one free agent is Devontae Adams. Wouldn't that be great to steal him away from the Packers?
He's going to go with Aaron wherever Aaron goes.
Yeah. So that ain't happening. But there are some guys who are younger and tall. We need a big receiver. That would complement Darnell Mooney and the other receivers. You got guys like DJ Chark and Juju Smith-Schuster. Those guys are only 25 years old.
Exactly.
Allen Robinson, Devontae Adams are 29. Odell Beckham's 29.
Mm-hmm.
Those guys are also free agents and stuff.
I do not want Beckham.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Odell Beckham had a great game last game in the NFC Championship.
Though, if he's on a team and they're struggling, he's going to be whining and bitching and creating a disturbance.
Right. Right. And, 29, it's not ideal. Let's get a guy that's ascending, that's still young. Those guys, to me, Mike Williams is 27. That's another guy. You see, Mike Williams is always hurt, though, it's to me. So DJ Chark is probably always hurt, too. I've seen
he's more brittle. I remember seeing him at the Senior Bowl. He was actually one.
He's thin.
He won Player of the Game award at the Senior Bowl when I was there 3 years ago, and I was just so amazed at how thin he was and how skinny. So, but he's definitely a tremendous wide receiver. By the way, somebody has just joined us. This gentleman here. I wish we had a more formal introduction for this gentleman here, because every time I see him, I'm just amazed at how good looking he is. And I'm not a gay man. I'm not talking about that, but I'm talking from a move. My not yet, correct. From my background at producing movies and TV shows, this is a guy that I would cast immediately for some kind of a role, because his face and his persona is so interesting. I introduce to you Mr. Aaron McCall.
What's going on, man?
Yes, he does.
That's a hell of an intro there, Aldo. Thank you, man. Thank you very much for that. What's going on, boys? Sorry for the delay.
No problem. I understand you had some puppy assignments.
Yeah, my dad got a new puppy, and I was gonna go watch him. I was gonna just go over and take him out real quick, and I was gonna come back, and I was like, oh, he's, I got there, and he's just caked and shit. So I spent some time and cleaned him up, and like I said, we haven't even had him for my dad rather hasn't even had him for a week. So I felt bad. I'm gonna hang out with them, and my dad ended up, he would have been home sooner, but what he was doing stayed late. So I figured I'd hang out with a little dude.
Well, you did the right thing, and your invitation to be on this show is you got like one of those McDonald's cards where you could eat anytime for free at any McDonald's restaurant. That's the same thing with your invitation here at any of the barroom shows. You're welcome to come on.
Very cool.
Let me say this to Aaron.
Yes.
Every time I made jabs about Nagy being bald, that was at Nagy, not you.
I know, man. It was too much fun. You're like, that bald, but I was like, son of a bitch. And it was people on Twitter, and it's like, if we got rid of Dalton too, I'm like, no more ginger jokes too. So there's double whammy.
Well, you guys are young enough. Maybe Tooch and I are not young enough, but years from now, you guys will be talking about, remember that coach that used to wear a visor like in the winter time, your bald-headed guy who was wearing a visor in the winter time? What was the name of that coach?
I don't think we'll ever, unfortunately, he's unforgettable in the worst way possible, man.
Maybe 2 or 3 Super Bowl championships will
then that'll be all as well in the land of Bears. Yeah, absolutely.
There you go.
He's worse than Trestman. I really believe so.
I
agree.
I mean, the Trestman teams were worse, but just something about Nagy and Nagy's team just was painful to watch.
But here's the thing, Aaron, is that check out Aaron's beard. Dude, Hairbear loves your beard.
Thank you, sir.
Well, he should. But here's the thing about Trestman. He was hired as an offensive coach, and Matt Nagy was hired as an offensive coach. Who had the best offenses? Mark Trestman, by far.
By far, yeah.
By far. And if he would have had a general manager who would have at least helped the defensive coordinator, Mel Tucker, by telling Tucker, play your own defense. Don't worry. It doesn't have to be Lovie Smith. Do your thing. And I'm going to get you some players. Then, who knows? The Trestman years could have been remembered more fondly, but let's not go there.
Yeah. No, it's tough. Like I said, with Trestman went 3-13 too, didn't we? At one point, was he at 3-13, or was that somebody else?
That was John Fox.
Oh, Jesus, John Fox. Okay. Well, even then, John Fox didn't seem quite as brutal. Even then, in the past couple of regimes or last couple of coaches, it's just for whatever reason just the Nagy, and I'm glad it's over, but the Nagy era just felt, it was one of those, you're embarrassed to be a Bears fan, and it's bad when people who are Packers fans stop talking shit to you, it's bad, and like people who are not Packers fans like, I'm sorry about your team, man, I'm sorry about the Bears. It's like, quit saying sorry. Would you just make fun of me? Give me something. But like it was just becoming a non-factor, I think, was the worst part for me. Like, not competitive.
Real quick, we had two road games this year. One, Aldo can verify with me. In Cleveland, we were sitting there, and the guy beside us, nice dude, he told, the only nice guy in Cleveland that we met, the guy beside us, he said, man, I like you all's team. It's just that Matt Nagy seems to be the problem.
Yep.
And then when I was in Pittsburgh on that Monday night game, when I was leaving, my friend Sylvester was on the show once before. He's a Denver fan, but he and I were leaving, so the guy assumed we were both Bears fans. And he goes, "I'm sorry about your team." And, Sylvester's like, it's not me, but he goes, "I just think I like your quarterback. The Bears will be better once they get rid of Nagy." So that was like everybody saw it, man.
Yep.
Everybody saw it.
Yep.
Yeah.
Apparently, it took too long for George McCaskey to see it. By the way, I want to show you guys a image here. Let me change this first so that I saw John Fox on a video with none other than Doug Peterson. Look at the way John Fox looks nowadays. He's lost a lot of weight. He's got glasses. He's got that scholarly look. Not bad.
Remember, he's ticklish in the bottom of his feet.
Oh, that's funny. It's funny. Hey, Aaron, did you get a chance to absorb the press conference with the new hires?
I did. Give me just a sec. I actually have notes.
Okay, now look at he's gonna get notes. I like this guy.
Hey, Aaron, what you're getting your notes? I want to hear Aldo and Stooch and I were talking. I want to hear Aaron and Aldo's opinions on the offensive coordinator.
Yeah, I got some thoughts to share on that, and I actually want to do an elaborate program on what the passing concepts were for the Green Bay Packers. I saw some tape. Actually, if anybody wants to get a jump start on that, Kurt Warner did an excellent breakdown on the Packers playoff game, and some of the stuff on there was troubling from a schematic standpoint. Now, how much we can draw into that was Luke Getsy or not, I don't know, but he gets a lot of credit for coming up with passing concepts. How many times have we seen the Bears have like two receivers like almost shoulder to shoulder downfield? And it's like, why the fuck are you guys so close together? You shouldn't be doing that.
So
the Packers have been doing that too.
If he comes up with the schemes, but my understanding, and it may have even been Greg Gabriel pointed out that their coach is the one calling the plays, though.
Matt LaFleur.
So that's a tough one where it's like where's his, how much blame we're going to put on, Luke Getsy if he came up with something. That's a tough thing. I guess I'll have to watch the Kurt Warner thing, but is it, whose fault was it kind of a deal? It's tough to tell.
Yeah.
If I could add to that real quick,
please do.
Hogan Johns had Rob Demoski, who was the Green Bay beat writer on their podcast.
I haven't seen that one yet.
I did listen to that. He said that the guy going to Denver, I can't remember his name, their new coach, and this guy that we hired, Luke, whatever the fuck, I don't know Luke's last name yet, the offensive coordinator, he said losing those two guys won't hurt Green Bay at all because the little boy is the one who makes all the calls.
Yeah, I got a feeling that the Matt LaFleur bubble is going to burst after Aaron leaves, and it's going to burst really quickly. This guy had the benefit of having a quarterback who could hide blemishes, but was unable to in big-time games because he would rely on his safety nets, throwing it to Devontae Adams, despite the fact that Lazard was wide open over the middle and things like that. But we'll get into that in depth. Aaron,
fire the hotkey of Ed. Idiots!
Oh yeah,
did you guys see after the Packers lost, Colin Cowherd had a video for like 8 minutes roasted Aaron Rodgers, talking about the reason you suck is because you don't have relationships.
Yes.
You talk about you have one person that you can throw to, and that's Devontae Adams, and he counted like 2 or 3 times where he's like, you could have thrown to these guys and these guys and these guys. The reason, Aaron Rodgers, you don't succeed is because you're not a relationship person. He said,
didn't you send me that then?
No, you had it on your own.
Yeah,
okay. But
I thought that was awesome.
You need full credit for that.
He fucking nailed him to the wall with that, and basically just broke it down, saying that you're a shitty person, you don't have any relationships, nobody wants to work with you, and you don't trust anybody, you're not going to succeed.
Mm-hmm. Foster is echoing a thought that many people in the chat room have been saying, is that Eberflus's Colts defense ranked 29th in the last 6 games. And I think that has something to do with injuries and, Justin Fields would have been a better quarterback if the Bears defense would have made some stops. And so it I don't think you can blame Eberflus totally with that stat. There were some circumstances, extenuating circumstances that led to that stat. I think that overall, when you look at DVOA, which is a stat that I don't really understand, but he gets graded very, very highly on that. And by the way, here it is.
You morons!
You mentioned that guy Foster. I wish I had an Australian beer right now.
I wonder too. I guess that's concerned, but what they said in the press conference too is Eberflus isn't going to be the defense. He's not calling defensive plays. He's like the defensive coordinator. Yeah, he's not. No, he's not. He said that he's going to let he made it very clear. He's like, I'm not calling plays. He's like, I'm a head coach, and you can't really do that if you're going to be the head coach. You have to be managing everything and not worrying about one side of the ball.
I'll tell you though, it would be totally Bears for us to hire like a defensive genius and our defense to be like 30th in the NFL. Like you hired Nagy to be the offensive genius, and our offense was like 32nd this year.
Doesn't that seem
the most Bears thing ever?
Like the Ravens won a Super Bowl. They hired Bill Belichick, who was an offensive genius with the Vikings, and that fucking offense sucked. They were terrible. Yeah, it was Ray Lewis and the rest of that defense that won them a Super Bowl. Hey, I'll take it. I'll take it. Fuck it.
Yeah.
Are you surprised Brian Billick never got another job?
Yes, I am.
Yeah, because he did well in Baltimore.
Yeah, he must be behind the scenes a total dick. That's why when I see actors act in big production movies and the box office is good, and then you rarely see them again, it must be because on the set they were assholes. And the same thing is true, I think, with coaches. It's like this guy's had some success, but hey, behind the scenes, he's a fucking asshole. Yeah.
Brian Flores, we're talking about you, sir.
Do you see he's sued like 3 teams?
Yes,
he filed a lawsuit against the Broncos. Should we
talk about that right now? Because that's a big hot topic.
Yeah, the Broncos, the Dolphins, and there's a third one.
Is it the Giants?
I'm surprised it's not.
It might have been the Giants. Yeah, no, they're the Broncos, the Giants, and the Dolphins. He I just found out earlier today he is opening a lawsuit up against him with the whole Rooney Rule thing.
Well, I am, from the standpoint of this guy was going to a job interview thinking he's got a chance to win the New York Giants job. He gets a text from Bill Belichick.
I read about that. I didn't know the context, but I heard that there was a text that leaked that shouldn't have leaked. What happened there?
Yes, Bill Belichick sent him a text mistakenly. He thought he was sending it to Brian Daboll. This is 3 days before Flores' interview. He sends it to Flores instead of Brian Daboll. He says, "Hey, Brian, congratulations on landing the New York Giants job." And so Flores is reading it and saying, "Oh, my interview isn't until 3 days." And he says, "Are you sure about this? No. Isn't this for Brian Daboll?" He goes, "Oh yeah, I checked this carefully. I'm sorry I screwed up. Really sorry, BB." So all of a sudden, Flores is thinking, okay, I'm just one of those token interviews. They're just talking to me so they can fulfill their rule. I can't
imagine how that has to feel. Even if you're not the right coordinator or the right guy for the job, you're going to have that hanging over your head, man. I cannot imagine what that has to be like.
Yeah, but you can't drop the dime on Belichick, though. I get it. You become a head coach because of Belichick, and now you're making him look bad. In the end, even if his lawsuit has merit, he's done.
Yep.
No one's going to hire him now because he violated their trust.
Yeah, and as Stephen Nagishi
good old boy code.
The Dolphins owner, Flores contends in the lawsuit that the Ross, the owner, Stephen Ross, told Flores, tank these games. For each game that you intentionally lose, I will give you personally $100,000. That way we can land the number 1 draft pick. He wanted to try to get Trevor Lawrence, I'm assuming. So if that's true, if you have an NFL owner who isn't, and if he's got proof that this is true,
That's what I'd be interested. You gotta have hard facts on that, man.
He also alleged that John Elway was drunk in their interview.
Are you serious?
Yeah, he said Denver's already issued a rebuttal. Yeah, he alleged that Elway didn't take his interview seriously, that he was drunk at like 9 o'clock in the morning during their interview.
Holy cow.
Of course, Denver was like, this guy's full of shit. But
well, I will tell you this: when I was at the Senior Bowl 3 years ago, Elway was at the weigh-ins, and everybody was surprised to see him there at 8 o'clock in the morning because he closed down the bar that all the scouts and NFL people go to. He closed it.
Boy, Elway.
Yes, that's my man.
Professional.
He made the Super Bowl.
Yes, he did.
Sounds like he never went to sleep.
That's right. He probably never went to sleep.
Dude, we've all done that. Let's be real. We've all got home in the bar like, I'm going to take a power nap and I'm going to work.
That's amazing. I got to tell you, this whole Flores thing, I want to talk about it in depth, but I think that we should wait for more facts to come in because a lot of what we will be talking about is conjecture and he said, she said, and so forth. And I hate to do that. I don't want to rush to judgment. I already have an inherent bias against the NFL and the 31 white rich owners, and I don't want to throw them under the bus unless there's really good proof going on here. So is it okay with you guys if we table this discussion? And I also suggest to people who follow the Barroom Network that Stephen Nagishi and Ken Fang do an outstanding job of sports journalism on their Monday night show called The Double A Team. And I'm positive they're going to be following this story very, very closely because it's part of the DNA of that show. So follow them on that show. And then Lara Golden is going to be on the Bear Special show tomorrow night. And so I'll talk to Lara a little bit about that. As an African-American, I'd like to get his point of view on that. But let's table the discussions until later at a later date. Is that cool?
Yeah, we can talk about the press.
Something, Aldo, this reminds me of a bit that the Bill Maher had too, where he was saying in today's society, it should be okay for people. I'm not saying this toward you. This is something Maher said. It should be okay for people to talk about individuals that happen to be of other ethnicities. It's almost like, if you're a Latino and the guy's white, you're not allowed to talk about this issue.
Mm-hmm.
That was like Maher was saying. He's like, so we don't have a black person on the show tonight. It's okay. It doesn't make us all prejudiced to talk about a black politician if we're white. That is true. It's very uncomfortable almost for me as a white guy to talk about Brian Flores. It is. Yeah. And it's just so true. That's something Maher said that, that resonated with me.
Yeah, I agree with Bill on that point. But this is so fresh, and I know like the people on ESPN have been talking about it. They broke into their shows, NFL Live. This is an important topic. We're going to throw everything we got on our schedule and talk about this and so forth. We'll let them. They're professional.
I'm glad. I don't want to talk about it. Was my point. I agree with Maher. Like as a white guy, I feel like I should just shut up.
Yeah, well, and I think we're all entitled to our opinion, and I think a lot of people want to hear our opinions, but I would just like to just hesitate a little bit until we get some more facts and stuff, and that way we can speak with a little more knowledge. And Foster says, Dan fucking Glennon. Wow. That's still a hot topic in the chat room.
Yeah, I admit it. It's almost like you caught me masturbating to gay porn or something.
Aaron, did you hear that while you were?
I know. I didn't hear that.
Dan admitted to owning a Glennon jersey.
But I cut it up for Phil and Shane.
I don't remember that. Are you sure you did? Do you have pictures of that?
No, there was a video. I sent them the video of it, of me cutting it up with scissors.
All right. Well, we didn't.
That's all right, man. No, I respect to how much you love the team and get the quarterback's jersey. I have not pulled the trigger on the Fields jersey yet.
I've got 3 of them.
I know, and that's dope, dude. I've got a Mitch jersey. I've got a Mitch autograph, and I don't regret having those. But for Fields, I can't trust the team anymore. I don't know what they're going to do. And as soon as As soon as I fall in love with Fields and think this is our guy going, they're gonna something. We'll have to wait and see. We'll get into the press
He'll
conference
get hurt
and we'll
or
let all that
traded.
shit happen. But what now?
I said you'll buy it and then he'll get hurt or traded.
Well, yeah, the traded thing scares the hell out of me.
Yeah, me too, man.
Getting into the press conference though, there was some of it made me nervous. I've actually listened to it all the way through twice because I wanted to be sure that I heard, and like I said, I have notes. But it sounds like that's their guy. So it made me nervous at least once or twice. Because the first, I want to say 3 times they brought Fields up in the press conference. They kind of sidestepped the question, said, how do you evaluate Justin Fields and what are you going to do with him? And then Eberflus came out and said something like, we're going to evaluate all our players. We have a lot of talent. We want to make sure we know what every person. So like immediately I started clenching up. I was like, oh, fuck, they don't like him. And then finally, it was like the 4th or 5th time somebody brought up Fields. I want to say it was actually Ryan Poles started complimenting Fields and saying, we like what he's doing. We're going to build a – so like it feels like they had to push to get that out of him, which, it's – you're being introduced. You don't want to tell everybody what you're going to do. They're not going to give you a whole lot anyhow, but they did for the first half. Both times I watched it, they made me real nervous because anytime they'd ask a Fields question, it seems like they kind of sidestepped it.
You are so right about that. It was, and we talked about that early in the show. It felt like they could have gone a little bit further in endorsing him as the quarterback, but it was very, very cautious. Yep. Their endorsement was very cautious.
Yeah.
I wanted one of those moments to add to this, like where Lovey would come out and say, Rex is our quarterback. That's what I wanted.
I 100% agree. I was waiting for the Justin, but like I said, eventually they did come out and say, we're going to watch the tape. We're going to see what he does well. We're going to build around that. We're going to see what he doesn't do well. We're going to hide that and work on it. So it sounds like they do have a plan in place. I do feel confident that they do, but it's just, I can't trust the team to do the right thing, or at least do what I want. I don't pretend to know what the right thing is exactly, but it's, I like Justin Fields. I want him to hang around. I just would hate to have that be the next jersey I get from like, this is our guy, and then it doesn't work out and they trade him for something else.
You're absolutely right. I mean, it's like you don't blame them for being cautious. It's, they've been handed this quarterback. This wasn't their quarterback.
Agreed.
So, I don't blame them for being cautious, but as a fan that wants Super Bowls now, I wish they would have said, yeah, this guy is fucking great. Not only are we going to win the Super Bowl, we're going to go 17-0 and then win the 3 playoffs games. We're going to be the first 20-0 team. But of course, that's a Bears fan talking, not reality.
Could happen, and it's first.
The Bengals can make it there. We got a chance.
Dan, you just said Marv Levy did not draft Jim Kelly.
Right, he inherited him, and what happened with that?
I hate that. I'm sorry. I hate it when they say it about Mitch. I don't accept anybody saying Nagy inherited Mitch. No, he fucking didn't. Nagy knew Mitch was here when he interviewed for the job. He wanted to work with Mitch. I get it. I can't stand when somebody says so-and-so inherited the quarterback. You knew they were here, dude. It's not like they traded for him in a surprise as soon as you got the job. I hate that so much. It drives me fucking nuts.
It did surprise John Fox, though.
Agreed. So there you can say that Fox inherited because he didn't have a choice. It just happened. But and I heard somebody say it today about Mitch. It's like, it may have even been a question in the press conference where they're like, the Nagy inherited Mitch or something along those lines. But it absolutely drives me nuts. I hate when they're like, oh, Mitch was forced upon Nagy. It's like Nagy knew Mitch was here and he knew everything.
That's how he got the job. He said he could turn Mitch into a winner.
The reporters were trying to ask this question of, is it a prerequisite that any coach coming here would work with Justin Fields?
They asked that,
and George danced around it. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. Now the reporters asked George McCaskey.
Again, and that was that point. I just clenched up. I was very nervous. I was like,
and George gave us the hypothetical tap dance. We don't answer.
He doesn't like hypotheticals, John. Remember?
Yeah, he doesn't like hypotheticals.
I don't like hypotheticals, and it's not hypothetical. He's like, well, the question started with if, so it's a hypothetical. George McCaskey.
You have to know.
Hey guys, we've been talking about Luke Getsy, the new offensive coordinator for the Chicago Bears. I got a little bit of tape of him as the offensive coordinator, passing game coordinator for the Green Bay Packers, talking about his work with Jordan Love. And it really impressed me what he was saying, because this is something that I actually, when we were doing 100 Proof, I learned from Phil about footwork and the quarterbacks and, what their footwork should be like and so forth. And Luke Getsy does a great job here of explaining how the footwork should work on a pass. And I think that if he brings this to Justin Fields, it's only going to be to his benefit. Listen closely.
Interesting when you said you want to let his feet do the talking. Can you kind of just explain how the feet leads to the decision that has to be made?
Yeah, so, every play, every route has a rhythm with your feet. And as you take that rhythm, if the person's not open, well, then it's time to move on in your progression. So it's time to get your feet pointed in another direction. And so if you're hanging too long in that one spot, well, then you're going to be late when you get to the next one. And that's when sacks and things like that start happening. So if you can just trust your feet, and as you're looking in the area you're supposed to, if it's not open, well, it's time to move on. And so that's, as a young guy, that's hard to do, because sometimes you want to give that primary progression an opportunity to get open, and you just can't. Then you have to just let your feet, like I say, if it's a left, right, and a hitch, or a left, right, and a plant, and they're not there, then you need to get your first hitch, or whether it's your second hitch, to your next in progression. And I think that's the biggest thing, the biggest challenge for young guys. And that, like I said, it's been a huge emphasis this training camp with Jordan.
That was one of the things that Mitchell Trubisky did not do.
That's what I was thinking. The first thing I thought of when he said, I was like, we should have got him for Mitch. Would have fucking helped him block that left foot instead of opening his hip up every time.
Exactly. You got to have that left foot pointing at the target that you're throwing to. And when Mitch would go from that first read where he had the footwork correct, but when that guy was covered, all of a sudden the footwork went to all hell, and Mitchell on the second or third read would usually be inaccurate because the footwork wasn't following the progressions, as Luke Getsy perfectly said there.
I've said this so many times. I feel like it needs to be emphasized, reiterated over and over and over. I almost blame everything that you could point at Mitchell at Matt Nagy, and all these stories now where he like ghosted Allen Robinson or even Mitch and didn't show up. I mean, this guy was the fucking problem. I don't want to be like Mike North in the sense that, and I have so much respect for Mike North. I'm not going to say that he's going to win an MVP somewhere. But if he's given the chance to start and has a good coach, he'll play better. And he didn't even play horribly here. But I think his run with the Bears was sabotaged because of our coach.
Interesting. And the Factor just put up, just put up the Factor's comment. I don't know what he's saying. Your feet do not have to point towards your target, LOL. They just have to be set. No, I disagree. And he's citing Austin Carter.
So you're saying you could have your feet set like this and throw the ball just fine, is what you're saying then at that point, right? Just spread them out. Doesn't matter where your feet are, but if they're locked in, you can throw the ball just fine.
That doesn't make sense. Now, players like Patrick Mahomes can get away with that because of their arm strength.
He's a freak.
And that's why Patrick Mahomes was such a divisive figure when he came out of college, because his footwork was all over the fucking place.
Yeah.
And so, me being a novice, I love Patrick Mahomes. I think the Bears should draft him.
I loved him too.
Well, yeah, because he was doing magic, even though the footwork and the technical stuff. And if you go back to the NFC North barroom days, me and Jose Cotto, the day they drafted Mitchell Trubisky, we had access, thanks to Lauren Cox, we had access to every passing play Mitchell Trubisky threw at North Carolina, and we knew this is a problem. This guy's footwork sucks, and so your footwork have to go beyond being set. They have to be correct. You see a quarterback, when he's looking to his right, he's going like this. When he's looking to middle, he changes the footwork. And when he's looking to the left, he changes it like that. That's the correct way. You don't go from this and then throw across your body. You're asking for an interception. You really, really are.
Hey, Aldo, can I call an audible here and talk a little bit about Mahomes on Sunday, since I only have a few minutes left?
Please do.
All right. First off, Ron Rivera was allegedly quoted as saying that Rex was a mental midget after he went to San Diego after Lovey forced him out here as the DC. And that made me think about Mahomes on Sunday when Kansas City had the arrogance, the absolute sheer arrogance to snap that ball at the end of the first half with 4 or 5 seconds remaining. And of course, Mahomes, who has at best questionable situational awareness, I'm not going to say he's dumb, but he's just so arrogant. And he throws this screen pass that gets to Tyreek Hill, and they don't even get a field goal. And his stupid ass was standing there calling for a timeout. You just wasted your last timeout, and you know there's no more timeouts. You don't kick. You just talked about it. We're going to throw a screen, and then I'm going to call for timeout. That should have been a flag right there. They should have been penalized on the first kickoff. You can't call for timeout when you don't have timeouts. That's a penalty. But anyway, that doesn't happen. The rest of the game, he's in the tank. But the reason I hate Kansas City's offense so much, and you said back to me, well, they score 30 points a game. The reason I hate their offense is situationally. At the end of that game, they were lucky to make it to overtime. There was a situation, it's like 2nd and goal. Cincinnati's out of timeouts. Cincinnati's up by 3. At this point, if I'm the Bengals, I'm like, man, I'm going to let them score so we can get the ball back. So just if you're KC, you run the ball. You knock out all the clock, and it works. Field goal. So what happens on 2nd down? They pass. They're in a shotgun when they should be running. Guess what? Mahomes is sacked. They said they're in a shotgun on 3rd down. Guess what? Mahomes is sacked. He fumbles. He should have lost the game there. Thankfully, their lineman recovered for them. They kicked the field goal. Whew. They get to overtime. Mahomes throws an interception. Oh, it's dropped. Oh, that's 2 times he's lost the game. And then guess what? He throws another interception because of just this massive ego that this man has. And he's just like Brett Favre. I've said so many times, when he's not with the stacked team, he is going to throw 30 interceptions a game. That is my opinion. He's great with a great team. But, man, did he go in the tank after they lost that set of downs there at the end of the first half. And for him to call timeout, like, dude, where's your head at?
Do you think it's
so
ego?
Conceited, man. I love seeing him lose. I'm going for Cincinnati in the Super Bowl because they beat this fuck.
Yeah. I wondered, like, do you think it's ego, or do you think he just trusts his arm too much? Which I guess would kind of feed into the ego thing. But like, I think especially, and you know, I'm sure you could go as far to say that the worst thing that could have maybe happened to Mahomes, it sounds weird saying, the worst thing that could have happened to Mahomes is he won the Super Bowl in year 2, right? His first year as a starter. So like the worst you can do and at a lot of levels in a lot of games is have instant success, right? Because then it's kind of all downhill from there. So you wonder, does Mahomes, it's maybe ego. I mean, he's fucking talented. The dude's a stud.
Oh yeah, I won't take away his talent.
But do you think it's more he thinks he knows what he's doing and he trusts that more or less everything's going to work out? I think like I said, I think more than ego, and I could be wrong, and I'm not saying that you're wrong, but I think he trusts his arm too much, and I think he kind of, if you want to even say maybe believes his own hype, he's like, I could probably do whatever. And I don't know if it's ego, but he thinks as much as he gets blown up for all the miraculous things that he does do, I think he leans on that too much and makes bad decisions.
Dan, before, hold on.
Let me get rid of that echo. Hold on.
It's me again. Oh God, is that what I sound like? Oh God,
you sound wonderful. I think it's gone now, right?
Yep, you're good.
So I want to make sure I get this in before you leave.
I'm still hearing the echo.
Yeah, I am too.
I'm not.
That's weird. Hold on a second. All right, now it's gone. Okay, so I just want to get this in because Dan really, really, really hates Patrick Mahomes. I mean, those are his words. I really hate this fuck.
He's going to throw 30 interceptions in a season. You mark my words.
Well, and you might be right. If he does not, settle down and do the things that he is being told to, he does have a tendency to get reckless. There's no doubt about it. But athletically, like Aaron says, this guy is amazing. He is.
I won't take that away from you. You're right.
And first year as a starter, wins a Super Bowl. Second year as a starter, loses the Super Bowl game. Third year as a starter, loses the AFC Championship game. And
let me interrupt, because he lost the AFC title game his first year as starter. He lost to the Patriots and then won the Super Bowl in his second year as a starter.
No, that was Alex Smith. That was Alex Smith.
No, he lost. Patrick Mahomes lost the title game to New England in the 2018 season. In 2018, Alex Smith broke his leg as a member of the Washington Redskins. On November the 18th, the same day
Commanders now, by the
broke
way.
his leg in 1985.
Okay.
I'll bet you $50 right now. I'll PayPal you.
No, I'm not going to challenge your memory, Dan.
Exactly.
I'll challenge anybody else's too. But if you tell me that, I'm like, okay, you could lie to me and know you're lying. I'm like, oh no, he's right.
That's
Dan.
right.
Of course you.
That's right.
I swear
I
the
wasn't
Patriots
fucking
beat
that
him
woman in our bed, honey.
I swear to you that Mahomes lost the AFC title game to New England in 18. He won the Super Bowl in 19. He lost the Super Bowl in 20, and he lost the title game in 21. He's played in 4 straight AFC championship games.
Okay, well, if he lost the AFC game like you're saying, we can blame that on Nagy too, because he was calling the plays at that point, wasn't he?
Yeah.
No, Nagy was with us in 18. He was coach of the
Oh,
year.
you're correct. You're correct.
That's right. Okay, so you're right, Dan. That's indisputable. But my point is still this: Patrick Mahomes is a very special quarterback, and yes, when he came out of college, that was the knock on him: is that from a technical standpoint, he was not doing the right things. Throwing off balance, throwing off with his feet going here and there, and so forth. And that he was reckless. Those were the knocks on him, and which is why he was not the first quarterback chosen in that draft. That people were cautious. But the Chiefs saw what I saw is that this guy is magic. He's like a Brett Favre guy. He's truly magical. But my contention with you, Dan, is that sometimes I think it's more because you're jealous or envious that the national broadcasters are speaking so highly of him that that's behind your disgust with him. Right?
I agree.
I'm there with you, Dan, dude. I am.
I don't dispute what you're saying to me at all. It's not jealousy. It does add to my vitriol, because imagine if that would have been Mitchell Trubisky or another quarterback that hadn't reached that level, that made that decision on Sunday to throw a screen pass with no timeouts left and then to call for a timeout. If any other player would have made that other than Brady or Rodgers, he'd have been crucified for that, for just that horrible situational awareness, to waste that ability to score and then to think you have a timeout. And he gets a complete and utter pass for that. And then in the second half, he played like shit after that. And like I said, he almost had 3 turnovers. He should have had 3 turnovers, ended up being the game-losing interception. To me, that's who he is. When Kansas City's going to get affected because he's got like a $700 million contract, when they have to start losing all these other players and he's on an average team, he's going to look like Brett Favre in 2005 with Green Bay, throwing 20 touchdowns and 32 interceptions.
I got to tell you, Dan wants to fight Patrick Mahomes.
No, imagine any other quarterback, though. My question, I think it's fair, that 4th or 3rd down there with 5 seconds to go and you snap it and you throw a screen and you got to throw it in the end zone. He throws a screen. Remember, we even mocked Brady. Yes. We mocked Tom Brady. Well, Khalil Mack hit him so many times, he didn't know what down it was.
No, you're absolutely right. You're absolutely right.
And he calls for a timeout. Right. No timeouts. He has no idea where he is in the game right there, because we're Kansas City. We're going to score. That's why I hate Kansas City's offense, too. Like I brought up the 2 chances they should have run the ball to make sure Cincinnati didn't have any time left. But what are they doing? They're in a shotgun. Matt Nagy would have been so proud of those play calls. I can't stand that offense.
I think you're making some really valid points there, Dan. There's no, and this is all on Andy Reid. It's all on Andy Reid. He's allowed that quarterback to make decisions that he should not be making. When he is saying, I want to go for it on 4th down, Andy Reid should have said, come here, fucker. Sit over here. We're going to get the 3 points. They would have fucking
It was actually 3rd down, but there's 5 seconds to go. So you have to tell him, look, you can't take a sack. You have to throw it either out of the end zone or our guy catches it. We've got 5 seconds to go. There's no way he should have gone for that. He should have kicked it.
I agree.
He should have kicked it. You don't have time. And then for him to throw a screen pass and then to try to call timeout. He was calling timeout. CBS showed that.
Mm-hmm.
And like I said, if that had been Fields, oh my God, they'd have been saying that he's a bust. He has no idea what he's doing out there.
Right?
If that had been Jimmy Garoppolo, I got to go in a second, but I also wanted to mention that irony, and you agreed with me. Imagine just for a second, guys, and I don't mean to take up time, but I got to go.
It's okay.
But imagine in the NFC Championship game for just a moment, Jimmy Garoppolo leads San Francisco to a victory. Now you're looking at Jimmy and you're saying, hey, we've gone to the Super Bowl 2 out of the last 3 years, and maybe you beat Cincinnati. Now you're talking about a Super Bowl champion. They're going to have to pay him. They're going to have to keep him. There's no way around that. And now you go from the rest of your life being the guy that's gone to 2 Super Bowls in the last 3 years, maybe a victory, and now you're going to be a journeyman. You throw that interception, you're done. You're fucking done. His whole livelihood, it's like a Twilight Zone episode, has switched on one play. On one play, it's going to send him to Jacksonville or wherever else, not Jacksonville, but you get the point. He's going to be in another team where he's just an average guy. He's going to bounce around now. And his future could have been made, but on that one interception, he lost it all.
That is a great story. Absolutely great story. By the way, the latest on Garoppolo is that he and the 49ers have agreed that he and his agent will try to work out a trade.
He's gone. Trey Lance is their starter next year. No way around it.
Absolutely.
Is he worth the shit, though? Has he played at all, Trey Lance?
It doesn't matter. Jimmy's gone.
Fair enough.
Yeah.
There's going to be a lot of quarterback changes this year. It's going to be crazy to watch.
Oh my gosh, you ain't kidding, Aaron. I mean, this if Jay Cutler still has an arm, he may want to try to make a comeback.
Right.
If Aaron Rodgers retires, Brady and Rodgers gone a year after Rivers is gone, there's going to be a Darth. I don't know. I always use the word Darth. I'm not sure I use it correctly. And who, Aaron?
Breeze.
And Breeze. What the fuck is going on in the NFL? We're losing Hall of Fame quarterbacks. It's unbelievable.
It's about time, man. Breeze was in there in 2001.
Mm-hmm.
Ben's been there since 04. Rivers was there in 04. Brady 2000. Yeah, so eventually time catches up to you. And I heard Brady say after the game to the Rams, I still thought, he'll be back. Mm-hmm. But after he took that chin shot and he was bleeding, he said something afterwards like, it's not fair for my family to see me take these hits. And it hurts more now than I ever thought it would have on my body. Kurt Warner said something very similar after the Saints had that bounty on him. As we know, they got penalized draft picks.
Yeah,
they were intentionally trying to hurt him. But Brenda Warner was at that game and saw him taking those hits. And his wife basically said, fuck, man, we got kids in the family. This isn't fair to us.
Yeah.
Brady echoed that. So I was like, man, is he really punting? And then a few days later, we got the story that he's retired. And then maybe he's not retired, whatever. But still, he said comments similar to Kurt Warner.
No, he did officially today retire.
Yeah.
Oh, okay, good. Okay.
Yeah, he did put the statement out. And that was weird, too, because it's like everyone's like, he retired. And then it came out. He's like, he hasn't told the team that he retired, but no, officially he put something. I think on
it's
Instagram.
official. It's official.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh. Hold on a second. Fucking audio. Fucking audio. Here's the other thing is, do you still hear an echo?
I do.
At the moment, no, huh?
Okay. Here's the other thing is, I forgot my point. Is that Tom Brady, he's at a point in his career where his family needs him. And he has told his wife, hey, I put your career on hold. This is my time. And so now the table is reversed. And so I think that's a good thing. And I don't want to see the guy take any more punishment. The NFL does have a problem, which is they got to protect these players because it's come down to the point, the same thing that's happened with professional boxing, where we've seen guys who are punch drunk and we wonder, wow, should we be cheering? Look at Muhammad Ali, what happened to him and so forth. So some of these safety precautions, as much as I hate to see some of the violence be eliminated from the game, it's probably a good idea for the safety of the superstar.
Yeah, but the safety precautions only apply to the veteran quarterbacks. You saw Justin Fields get fucked up last year. How many times taking shots that should never have happened, and there's no fucking flags.
Well, even with Jay Cutler, right? I mean, you saw Jay Cutler get annihilated, and now
Sue used to fucking kill him, man.
Dude, he used to get wrecked. But that's the thing too. I mean, how many people? It's like I can't remember because it may have even been here on the bar. I might remember somebody said something about. Although I think it was you that said something about the Vikings are going to take shots at Fields if he plays the last game because they saw that they can do it in the previous game. Like he took some nasty fucking shots out of the line shots that were like. No, like if they would have hung a defensive player if they did that on the fucking Rodgers or Brady or somebody established like
Absolutely. They would have changed a rule.
They would have fined him and fired him. They would have met him outside the locker room. Like it's different, which I mean, pay your dues. I get it. But like those rules that everybody gets so upset about do not apply to certain players and certain teams.
Yep. Indeed. Laro's reminding us of the Giants game where Cutler was basically sacked every play 9 times, I believe, in the first half.
Yeah, it's similar to Joe Burrow against Tennessee. Hey, I got to go now, guys. I want to say I'm sorry I took up too much mic. Hopefully, hey, Aaron, maybe you can come back next week.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, definitely.
That leads to my question. Yes, and I'm sorry to take Toocher's time, too. Are we going to be on maybe we can talk about off air, but are we going to be on Monday next week?
What is Monday? Oh, let me get
back.
We
were talking about doing 2 shows and switching some days.
Yeah, I think we have to keep it to the Tuesday right now, but eventually we might be able to gravitate to Monday. But let's count on next week will be Tuesday.
Are we still going to do 2?
I would like to, but I don't know if we can do Monday right now because I got to talk to the.
But even if it's Tuesday and like Tuesday and Thursday or something like that, still.
I would love to. So let's talk about that off air.
Okay, very well, gentlemen. It's been my pleasure. I hope you have a great show when I'm gone, and I'm glad. Aaron, like I said, come back next week.
I will.
I'll shut up.
Yep. No, man. Thank you very much for having me. I appreciate you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Later, Danny.
See you guys.
Yes, sir. You all be well.
He is Dan Aguirre, and you can find him on Twitter at BearsFan_Dan. He is not only a Chicago Bears savant with an incredible memory, but he's just a hell of a good guy. So we'll say goodbye to him, and let me get rid of this terrible image of the top of my head. And now we are left with Tooch and Aaron and myself. Guys, let's talk for another half hour about what is going on with the Chicago Bears and anything else really that you guys want to talk about. I know you guys love to talk about what's going on in the streaming world. And if you've got any suggestions for us, I would love to hear, because my wife and I are now empty nesters. And so she's actually got me, okay, from this time to this time, we can watch this show. And from this time to this time, we go on. So I want to interject and say, no. Tooch and Aaron said we should watch this show.
Yeah.
So what do you guys have for me?
Ozark season 4.
Oh, I love Ozark.
So it was a break, there was a break, in between season 3. I had forgotten how good of a show it was, to be honest.
Yeah, we Tooch and I texted. I cannot get back into it after 2 full years of a hiatus. And I'm typically one that if it's a show I love, as long as it's not
season
outrageous,
4 is excellent.
I'll watch a season. Like if it's season 3, I'll watch season 1 and 2, or if it's season 4, if it's good enough, I'll 1, 2, and 3, and then. But after a 2-year break, I can't force myself to. I have to watch another 3 seasons just to get back into season 4.
That is always
there's a nice recap though. There's like a little thing you can watch, to catch you back up.
I feel like Ozark is one you have to be invested in. Like you can watch the recap and yes, I understand, but I don't feel like I'm invested anymore after a 2-year break.
Sure, you have to follow, the seasons,
right,
to know what's going on. But there is a nice little recap or catch you up trailer to get you caught up back up. But season 4 is excellent, man. I've forgotten how great the show is.
That is one of the things about these serial shows that is a detriment to them, because if you are being informed in season 2 or 3 or 4 or 5, whatever it is, this is a great show. You really need to catch up with it. And then you look at, oh, wow, shit, it's already 40 episodes in. I can't do that.
Yeah.
So I think they need to come up with a way of doing like a 1-hour episode of what happened the last season or 2 seasons or 3 seasons to get you up. And hey, as a producer who has worked in the television broadcast field, I would love the challenge of, hey, give me 3 seasons of The Sopranos and filter it down to 1 hour. I'd love that challenge. I could tell that story really, really well. Yeah, I'd leave out some juicy stuff, but so my advice is to Hollywood producers is figure out a way to get people invested into a show that's been on the air for a long time, but people don't want to go back 30, 40 episodes to catch up with stuff. And it's not a, like Tooch, you're probably referring to a 2 or 3 minute capsule of what's happening.
Exactly. 2 or 3 minutes.
That's not going to do it. That's not going to do it.
Nope.
This is the last season of Ozark, so
it's split in half, though, isn't it?
It will be. Yeah, they did broke it up 7 episodes and 7 episodes. I assume.
I'll tell you one thing. I am so impressed with. Now I'm forgetting his name. Who's the lead actor and creator director of
Jason Bateman?
Yeah, Jason Bateman.
Yeah, he's excellent.
I am so impressed with him as a filmmaker and as an author of. I mean, this guy is very fucking talented.
Did he create? The Outsider? Is that the one from HBO? Fuck, I love that show. God, I fucking love that one.
Yeah, that was great.
That was so good, dude. I love that show. It was kind of a what are leading up to? Like we've talked about it before. I'm a creature feature dude. I love monsters. I love sci-fi. So like when I was like, there's gonna be some fucking serial killer. And then the more they got into it, I was like, okay, there might be something to this. And then like they did it. And the one that fucking got me was like episode 4 or 5 when the thing had the roar in the cave. And I was like, I am fully engorged. That is exactly what I'm looking for, dude. Like Outsider was outstanding. I fucking loved that one. So Jason Bateman, I knew he was the actor. I didn't know if he created it though.
Yeah, I think he was, because it's based on a Stephen King novel. I think he was one of the creative leads in transforming it to a TV series, which was outstanding. My wife and I would watch.
Yeah, he directed the first episode too, I think.
The first 2 episodes.
The first 2 episodes,
yeah. And that's another thing about Jason Bateman that I'm really an admiration for is not only is he a great actor, but he's a showrunner and a director. So this guy knows his stuff. He's really a talented kid. He's probably 45.
Underrated Jason Bateman movie Hancock. I know a lot of people.
Will Smith.
Yes, a lot of people didn't like, and I fucking loved that movie. I thought that was so good. I really wanted more of those movies, actually, too. I thought it was
me too.
Turn on like the whole superhero thing.
Mm-hmm. I'm with you on that. I remember seeing it in the theater and being really impressed with the film, and was surprised that it got lukewarm reviews.
Yeah. Superhero stuff doesn't usually do super well. It is what it is. But that one had such an interesting twist. Like it wasn't just here superpowered person doing superpower shit. It's like, oh, these, it's these people. They're like, Will Smith had the lines like, we used to think of us as gods or as angels, and we started dying out because we started coupling up together, and that was so cool. I really enjoyed that one.
Love it, and Will Smith. I remember when I saw his first music videos, I said to my wife at the time, or my second wife, I said, "This guy's going to be a star. This guy, the camera loves him." The way he moves and so forth, this guy is going to be a star. And then Fresh Prince of Bel-Air and movies and so forth. And I was so shocked that Hancock was not a big blockbuster hit. I was really enthralled with it by that movie.
I was too. I've watched it. I don't even know how many times, but I really enjoyed it and watched it a ton of times. Yeah, see, exactly.
Mm-hmm. Yep. So, Aaron, you say you love creature films, monster movies, and so forth. What are some of your favorites?
Well, some entertainment news. So my favorite, actually, it might even be my favorite movie. I love Godzilla. I'm a fucking diehard Godzilla fan.
Cool.
From the first, the remakes, the most recent ones, and it actually just came out, and I fucking hate it because I've told Tooch 1,000 times I'm not getting Apple TV, I'm not getting Paramount Plus. I just found out Apple TV is doing a live action Godzilla series. So like from the movies, like that Godzilla is going to be in a fucking series from Apple TV. So okay, now I have to get it because I'm a total kite.
Get Apple TV for free with the purchase of any Apple device, though.
I'm not going to, man.
Yeah, 1 year of Apple TV.
No, I'm a total. The Japanese word for giant monster is kaiju. Anything kaiju wise, I'm a huge. If you've seen Pacific Rim, they call those monsters kaiju.
Yeah.
So anything kaiju, dude. Although one of the last times I talked to you about a movie called A Howl Beyond the Fog.
Yes. Yes.
I don't know if you ever actually saw that one or not.
I've not seen it.
It's a stop motion. It's fairly. I don't think it's very long, and it's like, and I think I talked to you about it. It was like it's puppets, and I didn't know it was puppets when the first time I watched it, and I was super turned off. And I gave it a chance, and the detail they put into it, I was so into it. I've watched it actually 4 or 5 times since.
Yeah, I have it on the list somewhere. I'm definitely going to watch that.
Yeah.
The Factors asked, what are some good mystery suspense movies? I loved Shutter Island as Factor. Tooch, you're a big mystery suspense movie guy.
Does Shutter Island Guillermo del Toro or no?
That was Martin Scorsese with Leonardo DiCaprio. Excellent film.
Yeah.
It's it's almost difficult to describe because it's easy to give away what the sequel is.
Yeah, I've seen it. That was one of those things where it's like and I like you've talked about Tooch, and I watch a ton of shit, a lot, and that was one of those like, oh fuck. So if you could surprise me, I'm in. But like that one for sure was pretty crazy.
Shutter Island is one of those films, and I hate to say this about a master director like Martin Scorsese, but he should have taken the scissors and cut about 10-15 minutes out of that movie.
The Leonardo DiCaprio movie. Any movie with Leo you can do that with, I think.
Yeah, well, yes, exactly. I mean, it's a sensational film, and I recommend it for anyone, but be prepared. There may be 10 or 15 minutes where you're feeling like Harry Cohen, the very famous Hollywood producer, once said, if I start squirming in my seats, I'm going to go into the edit room and start cutting some scenes out of it. And I remember reading that as a kid and always remembering it. And when I watched Shutter Island in the movie theater, I was kind of squirming in my seat a little bit. Come on, let's move this thing along.
I can see that.
Yeah.
But like
Laro asked questions. How do you guys feel about the Fresh Prince remake?
I just saw a trailer for it, and it's not what it was. It seems like it's pretty. God damn it! It's not. It doesn't look fun. Let me put it that way. The old French Prince was fun. Looked like it was full of laughs. This looks like it's full of like burden and like responsibility. If you look up a trailer quick, it's one of those. I mean, obviously, race plays a part. It's definitely going to play a bigger part in this version than it did in the Will Smith version. But if you remember the old one and were fond of the old one, don't go into the new one expecting anything from the old one. It's definitely not that. It's not that at all.
Interesting. By the way, one of the things that Dan and I were going to talk about tonight, but we'll table it to next week, is the new Showtime documentary on Bill Cosby. We need to talk about Bill Cosby, and I highly recommend it. And it is from the. I think it's accurate for me to say that this is a documentary from a Black person's perspective. Camille Bell, who has done documentaries for CNN, he's a stand-up comic. He did a show for, I think it was FX, a comedic show and so forth. But he's a very deep thinker, and it's a 4-part series on Bill Cosby and all of the allegations against him and all these women that have come forward. And it's really well done because this guy, I mean, I grew up with Bill Cosby. It wasn't mine actually. It was my uncle's comedy album about a Bill Cosby comedy album. And he's had the funniest bits about when he was a football player at Temple and having to play Hofstra, and the Hofstra players were so goddamn big that they brought in a minister to issue last rites to the Temple players because they knew they were going to get killed. And that's how I grew up with Bill Cosby. He was a star on I Spy, and here's a black man being a star of a TV show, first time ever. And for people who weren't accustomed to seeing black people, and for black people, this guy was a hero. He was a hero. But this documentary contends that this was a facade that he was putting up, because deep down in his what he was doing in his personal life was drugging women and having sex with them, because he had a fetish about having sex with unconscious women. And it's so devastating for people who looked at Bill Cosby as a star, as a hero, because all the things that he did for the black community, gave millions of dollars to historically black colleges and so forth. But maybe that wasn't from his heart. It was just a way for him to hide the monster that he was. It's a very, very good documentary.
Yeah, I just put something in the private chat, and anybody who feels like they need to laugh about the allegations, because it's some heavy shit what happened, right? If you've ever heard of the comedian Jim Jeffries, he's got a bit in one of his stand-up specials about Bill Cosby that it fucking slays. So I just put in the chat for Tooch and Aldo. If not, anybody else, YouTube Jim Jeffries, Bill Cosby. It's 2 parts, but Jesus Christ, it's so bad, but it's so funny.
I gotta check that out.
Yeah, I just put it in the private chat for you too. But it's I don't think we're not gonna put it up here, obviously. But yeah, if anybody needs a laugh, go check that out.
So Jim Jeffries, tell me a little bit about Jim Jeffries. Who is he?
He don't know a whole lot about him. He's an Australian comedian.
Yeah, Australian. Okay.
He's we don't have to get in the whole cancel culture thing, but he's definitely one of those. He's not afraid to do his shit and put up his if he thinks he's going to be good material, he's going to put it out there, because he does some, I don't know if the word is raunchy, but he does some stuff that, is cancelable these days. Okay. I don't know a whole lot about him. I remember this, and the sign of a good comedian is there were some things in there that bothered me, whether it be from how I grew up or my political views or religious views, but it made me laugh. It was a little like, I don't know if I could laugh at that, but he did it in a way that it made me laugh. It's the good comedian is gonna, push those buttons, and it's again, we're not gonna get a hold of the cancel culture thing, but that's what comedy for me is. It's a medium for people to speak their minds. They're supposed to push. They're supposed to, obviously some of them can go too far depending on what you do with your material, but it's, freedom of speech. It's a free form entertainment. I mean, I don't remember who it was, one of the comedians I follow. God damn it. Who the fuck was it? It was a bigger one. He's like, how many professions get paid to talk? And, and I can't remember. He said other than like politicians, and it may have even been my favorite comedian, Bill Burr. But he's like, you're paying comedians to come out and talk. And it's one of those things too. It's like, obviously there are some that are cancelable. There are a lot of people canceled real early, but Jim Jeffries is not afraid to go there. And in a day where people are, because I have mad respect for people like him who go out and do their shit. And they're like, this is my act. I'm going to fucking do it. And it's going to slay. I love that. Absolutely love that.
You're absolutely right. I mean, comedians have a special place in American discourse, because we have to give them a little bit of leeway to say things that we would not normally say in public or society, because it is now I have to be careful how I say this, because now that some of these comedians are on television, it changes things a little bit. I grew up in the time where comedians were in private clubs where you paid your $10 entry fee with a 2-drink minimum, and you listened to Lenny Bruce.
That's the fuck. I was going to ask you who the name. I watched a documentary on him, and I don't know a lot of his material, but that fucking drives me nuts what happened to him.
Oh my gosh. And I highly recommend you watch the movie named Lenny, directed by Bob Fosse. It stars Dustin Hoffman as Lenny Bruce. And it is such a well-told film
Fuck,
about
that
his
drives me
life.
nuts, dude.
Highly, highly recommended. So, these guys and the whole Bill Cosby thing took off because it was a comedian that started making jokes about Bill Cosby, because Bill Cosby was making fun of not making fun, but chastising Eddie Murphy and Richard Pryor for their humor and how they use the F words, and so he thought that it was just out of line. And so I'm forgetting the name of the comedian. Somebody in the chat room, I'm sure, will remind me. But he was videotaped by a cell phone, and he said, "Fuck Bill Cosby. Do you know? Google how many women he's raped." And this video took off, and then all of a sudden the conversation changed, and Bill Cosby became a target of investigators and socially conscious people. And Bill Cosby's cover about being Mr. Nice Guy and being America's daddy and so forth. And Dan and I have talked about this extensively via text. Dan was a huge, huge admirer and lover of Bill Cosby growing up, as many of us were. We watched the Cosby Show. We saw this family with the cute Lisa Bonet and the smart, beautiful wife and so forth. And to learn that this guy was fucking women after he drugged them, it's just devastating. It's heartbreaking.
Don't Google "fuck Bill Cosby," by the way, for looking for who was the quote, because I have I said, "Mom gets gangbanged by sons." It's all porn. It's all porn. I'm like looking for somebody gave me this quote, and it's like boom, 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 porn, porn, porn. So if you're at work, do not Google this to find this out. If you know, let us know, but do not Google this if you're in a place that gets tracked.
Now I have to disagree with 4,000 Clovers. He says Cosby wasn't funny. He doesn't get it.
Oh, dude, he was funny.
He was. I mean,
I remember
early
one
part
of
of
the
his career?
first. He may even be the first stand-up act that I remember from when I was younger, was a Bill Cosby thing. Talking about OBKB and I got that from there. He's talking about he's talking about, I don't know if he's babysitting or he's making breakfast for his kids, and he gives his kids chocolate cake. He's like, "It's got milk, it's got eggs, it's got all this great shit." And the mom is pissed, and he's like, "It's got all this stuff." I remember, I legitimately think my love of stand-up comedy came from Bill Cosby, because that was the first thing I saw before I saw anybody else.
I'm 100% with you, Aaron. He was, I think, the first comedian that I ever listened to. Back in the 70s and 80s, it was huge for comedians to come up with their comedy albums. Steve Martin had one, Richard Pryor had one, and so forth. And my uncles bought this album called, and let me share it with you on the screen here, called "Why Is There Air?" And he does a bit here. Let me play up a little bit of audio of, he played college, again, like I mentioned earlier, he played college football for Temple, and they were playing against Hofstra, and these guys were so huge. Let's just at random here. Let's see what we got here.
Was it Gettysburg? Yeah. They all beat us. They all killed us, especially Hofstra. Hofstra beat us 900-0 in the street clothes, man. They wiped us out. Besser wouldn't even play us. That's how bad we were, man. Get out of here. We don't even want you on our schedule. So I'm going to give you some insight as to what goes on in the losers' locker room. We're going to play against Hofstra, which is a really terrible school. They killed us every year, boy. And when you play for a team like Temple, you got nothing to do except pace up and down in the locker room, and you say to yourself, "Boy, I sure do hope I don't get hurt." I almost made a tackle last week. I must have been crazy out there. Nobody else is trying out there. I don't know why I got to be the one all the time. I play on the second team, which is actually the nuts club.
I could play all of that thing. It's really, really hilarious. And I'm like, I think I was like 8 or 9 or 10 years old at the time. I'm repeating these jokes and stuff. And the whole Hofstra thing was, because anything with sports, cartoons that had sports on them or comedy albums that had sports on them, I was gravitated to it. And when I saw this cover of Bill Cosby talking about sports, I was like, I got to listen to this, and I did over and over and over again on vinyl, by the way.
Oh yeah,
I wish I still had that. Oh, guys, this has been great. What else do you want to cover? And I'm willing to stay another half hour if you guys are up for it.
Yeah. Tooch, you got anything? I mean, we could talk. I don't know if you want to talk press conference. It's a little late in the show if you want to talk Bears, but like I said, I can come back next week too. I definitely reviewed the press conference quite a bit. If you had any notes, or we could talk more entertainment, what's coming up, what you're watching, kind of a deal.
I got to talk about why people are writing off Justin Fields already. I mean, we have the data, not enough data.
And I need to mention my words here because I believe an individual from the show is on another show. Somebody from the network is on another show saying that Justin Fields is a bust, right?
Mike
and I didn't want to call him out.
No, it's fine. Go ahead.
He has forgot more about football than I will ever know. But I think anybody who says that a first-year quarterback is a bust in any situation, I don't see the logic in that, especially if it comes out that the coach is notorious for not building around his quarterback, the square peg in a round hole kind of a deal. I think it's way too. I'm not saying Justin Fields is even going to be the guy. I don't know. I do not see the logic in calling him a bust. If anything, best case scenario for me is it's clean slate. You know what? We're back at ground level. Ground zero. Show me what you got, kid. We'll go forward from here. But I just don't see the logic in calling him a bust.
I agree with you. And he and I have debated that whole situation. I think he's being unfair to Justin Fields. You know, he is a big Mitchell Trubisky fan and wasn't that first when Trubisky
he was after Mitch showed up to the press conference dressed like Ditka. Like that was the turning point for him. I remember that specifically.
Got it. So he tends to judge players by the storyline and not by evaluating their actual play. That's my opinion about Mike. And so I think, and I think he, over the years, has been too harsh about Jay Cutler, too. I think that he doesn't account for the fact that Jay didn't have a good offensive line for most or any of his years here with Chicago. And for the majority of his years until Trestman arrived, he didn't have a reliable number one wide receiver. So those are circumstances that you have to take into account when you're evaluating Jay Cutler.
Yeah.
I think he's making the same mistake with Justin Fields. And so, it is what it is.
Yeah. I mean, that's like I said, it's for me, it's too early to tell. For quarterbacks, you got to give them time. Any player, you got to give them time. But in a situation where, especially the more that comes out about Nagy, it's like, well, then just like that. He's just Nagy sabotaged Mitch, and the whole training camp was a total wank. He didn't give him any time with the starters. Justin Fields had to build chemistry on the fly, and a game plan that wasn't built for him, was not built to utilize his strengths.
Mm-hmm.
The comment down below for the people not on YouTube, it's because guys like Dak threw 26 touchdowns and 4 interceptions his rookie year. Deshaun Watson threw 17 touchdowns, 7 interceptions in 7 games his rookie year. If you don't produce right away, people panic.
That's why
Which
we can't have nice things.
Is notorious for Chicago fans.
Yeah.
And rightfully so, because we have not had nice things. And then when we get nice things, I think we're super guarded because we're like, I don't want to fucking believe this nice thing because I know what's coming. And I've been here before. So yeah, I get that too. But
Andy Dalton played in 8 games. Justin Fields played in 12. The rating for Justin Fields, quarterback rating, was 73. For Andy Dalton was 76. I mean, Andy Dalton's a veteran of how many years?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Justin Fields played 12 games. He was sacked 36 times. 36 times.
Mm-hmm.
He had Matt Nagy as his head coach, who couldn't string together offensive plays or put his quarterback in a position to succeed. You know, it's a rookie season. Not every rookie comes out and lights it up. He had nothing around him. Allen Robinson was there. If you want to call Justin Fields a bust, would you call David Montgomery a bust? He only had 849 yards rushing. You know, is that a bust season? I mean, Troy Aikman was 1-15 his rookie year. You know, I mean, let's wait and see
how much. And I gotta wonder with what came out about Mitch. Is Mitch, you know, came out and there's reports that he was saying this isn't working, and was more or less told trust the process. I wonder if that happened with Fields, where he piped up, it's like, this isn't working. And they're like, you know what? We know what we're doing. Just keep doing what we're doing. Like,
great point.
I wonder how much of that has happened with Justin Fields. Cause you know, the kid's smart. I mean, obviously he's out there getting his ass kicked, but, they didn't build a plan around him. So, and it's tough cause he seems like a respectful dude. So I don't know if he'd say anything, but I have to feel like at some point he said something to somebody. It's like, this isn't working. I don't know, you know, we can try something else. And I gotta think that he was told the same thing. I feel like anybody would be like, you know what, we know what we're doing. We just keep doing it. It'll work out. It'll just be fine. Like that's the feeling I get from the whole thing.
I'm with you 100%. You know, I played this during the Mike North Advantage show this morning. Josh McDaniel, when he was at the introductory press conference, is the new head coach of the Raiders. You know, I've never been a Josh McDaniel fan because of what he did in Denver, and then he agrees to be the head coach at Indianapolis. And then he reneges on his handshake agreement. This just sounds like a guy that's an idiot and has no responsibility. But when he said this, all of a sudden my admiration for him shot up.
When I went to Denver, you know, I knew a little bit of football. I didn't really know people and how important that aspect of this process and maintaining the culture and building the team was. And I failed, and I didn't succeed at it.
Exactly. I read that today actually too. I know exactly where we're going with that as soon as you brought the clip.
It's a guy I kind of would have liked to see him here. You know, just as a guy that you think, you know, okay, this is a guy who could do good in second go around.
Huge Fields fan. Like they
exactly,
wanted
Aaron. He was
England.
a huge Justin Fields fan.
Yeah, I really, as soon as it opened up, I was like, God, I'd like to have him in Chicago because he was. They were in love. My understanding was they were in love with Justin Fields in the draft. They wanted him, but they ended up with Mac Jones.
Yep, exactly.
If Eberflus holds players accountable, you know, he's got Lovie Smith and them had the same kind of loafs. You know, Eberflus seems to have the loafs, you know, giving out a loaf.
They all got that from Rod Marinelli. So,
so that was Rod Marinelli.
He brought that to Lovie, who brought, you know, and Eberflus learned under Rod Marinelli too. So makes sense.
Mo Bierman, what do you say to fans like this? I'm getting to the point I just don't care anymore.
I don't blame
you. About what?
Who was it? There was an dude, I'm gonna have to look back in the fucking text chain. There's a word that somebody used in an article about Chicago. It was a French word, ENNUI. It was ennui.
Ennui,
It means I cannot remember. I'm gonna have to find it.
You're kind of blasé about
it means
things. You don't
a
care.
lack of interest. Basically, like lack of interest due to lack of results or something along those lines.
Yeah.
So I totally get it. I'm gonna have to find it real quick.
You know,
and while you're doing that, let me just offer this real quickly. And Tooch, I don't want to step on you here, but
that's all right.
You know, that's the quandary that we have as fans. At what point do we just pull the plug and say, "I've had enough fucking joking"?
Yeah.
11 years of fucking.
It's a great question, man.
It's
a great question.
Feeling of listlessness and dissatisfaction arising from a lack of occupation or excitement.
Ah, there you go, Mo Bierman. Your name now is Ennui,
and it nails it. I mean, it's not holding my attention, and I'm not excited about it. I mean, I get it. In fact, there was one of the beat writers, one of the national ones, after George's press conference this year. Literally, the title of the article was like, "This is it." He's like, "Bears fans, this is the time. Just stop. Just stop. It's like you've been proven time and time again that they do not care about you. Can't. How much attention can you give to a team that doesn't want to, pay attention? Kind of a deal. Like I said, there was an actual article I read where they were telling Bears fans, just do yourself a favor, just stop. Apathy is perfect. Apathy is absolutely
apathetic.
Indifferent is a word I used multiple times this year. It's like I watched every game, but I was just kind of, I'm not invested.
You know what I said on the show what I did. I bet against the Bears and made money. That made me happier.
I don't know that I could agree.
Aldo did too.
I've done that the last year. If I'm going to bet on something, I want to bet on something that I know really well. Well, the White Sox are on a winning streak. You know what? I'm going to bet on the White Sox to win. You know what? The Cubs are on a losing streak. You know what? I'm going to bet against the Cubs. And I'm a Chicago sports fan. I'm going to, when it comes to betting, I'm going to use the knowledge that I have on Chicago sports teams to my advantage. Tyler Gaines, the Gaines Report, a beloved figure here at the bar room, he goes, hey, these athletes, this is what his father taught him. These athletes are making money whether they win or lose. Why shouldn't you? And I'm like, okay, so I'm going to start betting.
All right.
Yeah.
I used to have the attitude that being a sports fan should be like being married, and that it should be an unconditional love to my sports team. But as I get older, and the fact that I realize I've been divorced twice, maybe it's time to just look at some other team. I don't know.
Yeah. It's tough. I mean, believe me, there's been times where I'm like, why the fuck do I do this? And yeah, exactly, Larry. It's just if I had $1, and it's so weird, explain to my girlfriend why I can't just quit. Like, she's like, I see what this does to you year after year. Why don't you just stop watching? I'm like, I just can't. Okay.
Yeah. The season's over. You're kind of like, you feel that ennui.
Yeah.
It's over. Okay. Then,
I felt that the whole year.
Matt Nagy was fired. We got the dead cat bounce.
And it's that, well, even then it's like, every article I read is from like Hogan Johnson's like, well, Chicago Bears fans got like 4 hours of happiness. And then George McCaskey came out and started talking. It's just like, fuck. Like, he just, the problem started at the top. It's, you know what? Nagy's gone. Great. Pace is gone. Awesome. Mm-hmm. I didn't get a chance to get into the whole press conference, and the press conferences are,
it's a
cycle. You know what to expect. They're going to come out, and the coach is going to do some coach talk, and then the GM's going to make a bunch of promises.
It's a cycle.
The
season ends, we're out of it, and then you're like, and then the draft starts to come around. You're like, oh, what if the Bears get this guy?
Yeah.
This guy would be great. Then the draft comes. You got these new players. Like, let's see what they look like in training camp. Then you're like, the new coach is doing some cool things, and then you'll be like, start watching. You'll be right back into the season. The cycle,
and the
cycle repeats.
And it's not going to get better unless some miraculous thing happens for us. Like, I expect a year of I don't know what to expect, right? But they're going to have to earn. I'm going to be excited. I'm always going to support my team, but I'm never going to quit my team. But it's one of those, like, I'm going to have to wait to see what they do. And it sounds so crazy, but they're going to have to get me back by winning. And that sucks because the odds are it's not going to happen right away. It very well could. Maybe Eberflus brings in his coaching staff and they rock our fucking shit and they do an awesome job. But chances are, statistically, Nagy got us first year awesome. So it's tough. I totally get we're every struggling Bears fan, man. I get that. Right. Somebody ought to change that their Twitter handle to struggling Bears fan.
It takes 2 years to know whether a coach is going to be, pointing in the right direction. Yeah. That's what with Nagy. Like the first year, okay, we had the playoff season and the double doink and all that crap, and then the second season, you're just like, this is not working.
Mm-hmm.
At least I did. I was like, I wanted him gone after the second season.
And guys, I would love to get your opinion on this because since the bar room has been in existence, I've been complaining about the Chicago Bears is that they are always stuck in this situation where they're in between rebuilding and retooling. And that is just a fucked up place to be. You
It's
have
worse
got
than
to
that,
make
though,
a
Aldo.
commitment. Well, what do you mean, Tooch?
It's worse than that because when they're presented with someone who will tell them we need to bottom out completely, they can't even do that correctly.
Exactly, and
that's how bad it is.
Exactly, and that's my point. Exactly, you've got to make a commitment. We're going to fucking rebuild this thing from scratch, or we are going to figure out a way to take the existing assets that we have and become a winner. So at this point in the press conference, when Ryan Poles is asked, "Can you be competitive?"
Absolutely do I think we can be competitive. And the beautiful thing about football is what we just saw with the Bengals. Everyone, once the Super Bowl is played, goes back to 0-0 and has the ability to, improve their roster, make changes. We all know it's fluid on a yearly basis, so we're going to attack it, and our goal is always going to be in contention and win games.
That's a fucking lie. You can't compare yourself to the Bengals. The Bengals had the #1 overall draft pick, and they selected Joe Burrow. The following year, they had a top 5 draft pick, and they chose Jamar Chase. That is a totally different thing. You can't fucking compare yourself to the Bengals because the scenario is totally different. This team has only $40 million cap, and I say only because they have only 28, 29, 30 players signed for next year. And so that money already is going to be necessary to just field 90 guys in training camp. This is a totally different thing. And I would have had more confidence in Ryan Poles if he would have said, you know what? Don't count on us being a competitor in year one. This is going to be a rebuild, and it's going to take at least 2 seasons. But I guarantee you this, that by my 3rd year in here, we will be not only in the playoffs, but we will be contending for a Super Bowl championship. I would have felt so much better about it.
For a first-time GM, though, you figure, the fucking line, he came in and said, we're going to take the North and never get back. I'm like, oh, why? I mean, I get it. You have to have that bravado. That's why they hired you. You got the fucking swinging dick to come in, and you're going to fix everything. But like, it's just for him to come in, and I get the frustration where it's like, I don't, just say we're not going to be good.
I'm not
and
impressed.
it's entirely
Ryan
possible
Poles.
that without the coaching staff completely assembled, I wonder if they don't know what they're going to do yet. I'm sure they have a vision. They know what they want to do. They know what they want their team to be.
Do they know?
I believe they do. I do.
I'm not sure.
But they shouldn't have said that they're going to be competitive.
No. They shouldn't.
That's a promise they can't assure us.
Keep it.
They can't guarantee.
But for introductory press conference, the dude wanted to make waves. He wanted to make a statement. He wanted to establish himself.
sounds
So
like a kid.
I don't blame him for saying what he did.
This is a guy that's going to be learning on the job like the last guy.
That's good.
Who was it?
It's a 36-year-old kid that sounds like a kid.
Somebody, I can't remember what fucking podcast. It may have, I want to say maybe it was Greg Gabriel.
Eberflus is 15 years older than
somebody said that McCaskey and the Bears like hiring first-year head coaches and first-year GMs because they're not going to challenge McCaskey.
That was not Gabriel. I'm not sure you of that.
Somebody told me that. Somebody said that because Ryan Pace, first-year GM, the GM before him was a first-year GM, I believe, as well. They like hiring these fresh-faced people because they're going to come in and they're going to be, I don't know about yes men, but they're not going to challenge the way that things are at Hallis Hall. Because we saw with, the Colts coach or the GM that went to the Colts, Ballard came in and said, here's what we're going to do. I'm going to fucking cut Cutler. I'm going to do this. if you're going to give me the job. No, sir. He came in, he told them how it was going to be. They did not want that energy at Hallis Hall.
Exactly.
But you get some dude who's never fucking done it before. How about you come in and we can tell you what we want you to do, because we're the Bears organization. And as many times as we've seen over the fucking years, especially the last 2 press conferences with that son of a bitch, McCaskey.
We've talked more about Eberflus than we have about Poles.
But
because Eberflus is a known commodity.
The
Poles
past
is an unknown commodity. I didn't know anything about Ryan Poles.
At the end of the year came from McCaskey, and both times it was essentially, shut up, we know what we're doing, let us do our thing. And that's what they're doing with their hires. It has been a disaster.
George McCaskey's press conferences have proven to be disasters.
Disaster.
So here's the thing. I didn't know anything about Ryan Poles. He wasn't a guy that I heard mentioned. I watched the press conference. I'm not impressed. It sounds like a young guy who's going to.
But
what has he done?
The change. The thing with Ryan Poles is, yes, he stayed with the Chiefs his whole career, but he's been under 3 different GMs, and all 3 of those GMs have had success, and I think won Super Bowls. So he's learned, unlike
But
Ryan
he's
Pace,
not those GMs.
He's not. But unlike Ryan Pace, who only was with, I think, one GM from his point of view as a Saints where he was in the Saints, he learned under one person. Ryan Poles learned under 3 different people, and all of those 3 different GMs has had success. So I think he's unlike Ryan Pace, he's got different degrees of things that he can do. He's seen multiple versions of success at a certain level under the GMs. Now, he himself maybe hasn't done anything, but it's one of those things too, where it's like, maybe we should have hired somebody with more experience. I would have loved. I don't agree that there's nothing to be excited about. I think there might be something to be excited about. If you're not excited, I don't blame you. I'm not super excited either.
The Ryan Poles press conference to me was so low energy.
But you know what? Unlike Ryan Pace, I feel like Ryan Poles was talking to you. There's Ryan Pace, and he's going to talk, and he's going to have his thing. Okay, now we're going to do this, and then we're going to do this, and here's what we're going to do. In the beginning of the press conference with Ryan Poles, and I've got it in my notes, Ryan Poles showed emotions. He was happy to be there. He's got a plan.
Well,
he's got a vision.
I'd be happy if I was making $1 million a year.
Yeah,
too.
no, absolutely. And I'm not saying Ryan Poles is the answer, and I'm not saying he's going to do a job, but it's the change that I feel different with even just a press conference on how they talked. And not
everyone's excited because Nagy and Pace are gone. I get that,
I'm not.
Ryan Poles sounded like a nervous kid.
Because he is a nervous kid. He's 36 years old. But I felt like
why are we hiring these guys who have no experience?
I just told you, because McCaskey doesn't want somebody that's going to fucking challenge him. I don't know that Ryan Poles is going to work out, but everything I heard from him and the things that I saw from him, I'm going to give him a chance. I'm not going to count him out yet. I'm not going to count him out this quick. We have a lot of traction to do. So in the press conference, they talked about, how did you know Eberflus was a guy? The one fucking thing that I've got notes on. So in the press conference, Mark Potash asked a question, and then Poles answered the question. Potash had a follow-up question. If you were given the opportunity for an expansive search, would you have done it? Poles shut that shit down. He's like, I was given the opportunity for an expansive search. This was my guy. And that I watched multiple times, and I wrote that down because and the attitude that he had. He's like, I was given an opportunity to have multiple search. This was my pick. Like, so he, there's a lot of people thinking that he was forced into that pick, and that he made it very clear. That was a genuine reaction from him. Is Ryan Poles did want Matt Eberflus because he thought that was the right guy. And all the reports coming out too was like, I mean, Tooch, I wasn't excited about Poles either, man. I wasn't. And then I was like, oh, by the way, Poles came in. He said, if I'm taking this fucking job, the head coach is my decision. If not, I'll get on the fucking plane to Minneapolis and I'm going there tomorrow. Like, it's just, yeah, he did. And I like Potsy. Potash has a lot. He fucking Potsy puts people to task too. But like, when Ryan Poles had that press conference, we got personality. And it's so refreshing to have. I mean, okay, so Eberflus, coach speak, I get it. But Ryan Poles, like I said, from the first fucking thing, when McCaskey introduced him, he was thanking all the people that he thanked. He started crying. There was emotion. There was heart. It wasn't just this measured bullshit that you got from Pace, right? Pace is like, he just comes out and he says this and he'll talk like this. And you could count the fucking syllables in every sentence. And Ryan Poles, you can feel that he's talking to you. He's a person. He's got ideas, and he's gonna be there. Is he gonna be the guy? I don't fucking know, but I'm for sure willing to give him a chance. You know, I can't count him out.
Well, we don't have any other choice.
No, we don't.
They're all gonna get chances.
They're all gonna get chances. I understand. Would you rather? But where we are now compared to where we were a year ago, I like. He doesn't have the experience, no, but he's got. Where he's learned from, where he's come from is a better situation than where Pace came from. And Pace wasn't the best, but he sure as hell wasn't the worst. I mean, he did some good things, and it's easy to bash on Pace too, but I think we have to wait and see.
I mean, I know that we have to give him a chance. You know,
I think that's the best thing we can do. But I mean, it's, if you're not excited, Bears fans, I get it. We've been here how many fucking times? I get it. I totally get it. And I'm not the most excited either. I saw enough in the press conference, and I encourage anybody like myself, go through and watch it a second time. Tuch is looking the same way I feel now. Who cares how real the guy is and meaningful it is? We speak earlier. What's he going to do? We'll have to wait and see. But it's fourth left and close. We can't discount the guy because he hasn't done anything yet. We have to wait and see what he does.
Yeah, as long as he doesn't get eaten up during the draft when he's trying to like trade picks or trade up or trade down, or
maybe he doesn't. Maybe he doesn't do any of that. Maybe he just waits and gets his guys. I mean, again, how many fucking years now have we screamed and pounded the table? We need offensive line help. Well, guess what? The dude was a Chicago Bears player, at least for a little bit, on the practice squad as an offensive lineman.
We're gonna give him a chance. We got no other choice. We're stuck with him. How many years is his contract?
Guys,
they asked that question. I thought was very interesting, and they shut
how many
that
years
down.
Poles and
they did, and Eberflus is like, we're not talking about that. So
I love this discussion, and I want to. I hope you guys can stay and send me a message in a private chat if you need to jump off. Because I know it's getting
for the week.
I'm in my office right now.
There you go. You're ready to go to work. You can go.
I'm in the man cave, dude. I'm going to work at fucking 7 a.m, which is
awesome.
6.5 hours, but I'm good.
8 o'clock. Yep.
I got the lights on. Hang on. Let me see if I can show the people.
I didn't know anything
Look
about
at this
Ryan.
guy's place. Hold on a
Look at
second
that.
here.
It's beautiful.
Dude, look at this place.
Jealous.
This is fucking amazing. Lose that fucking.
I'm going to go visit out there, I think.
I can't even get, I got to move the door. There's more pictures on that side.
How fucking awesome is that?
It's awesome.
I need to hire you to come and do my man.
I'd be fucking happy to. Yeah, that was, and it's funny because who is it? Somebody said the comment where it's like, how can I, I can't do this anymore. It's like, I can't not. Have you seen my fucking face? I can't with this team, dude. I gotta keep going, man.
I love it. Jeez, that House Hall. No, it's not as poor as House.
It looks a lot more welcoming than House Hall.
Yeah.
I want to. Stephen Me gave me. He says first in this one that we have it up on the screen. We need a Joe Burrow. If Justin Fields is not on that level, then we are screwed.
Dude,
earlier than
Fields
that,
could be better than Burrow.
Yeah, really. But earlier than that, Steven says, we got a young first-time general manager who's African-American, and he hires a white coach that's never done it before. Blind Flores is so right. NFL is corrupt, racist mess. They hire minorities as token gesture. I'm not going to argue with any of that. But I do think...
I don't think that's true,
I think that there is hiring bias. Sometimes we wanted to hang out or work with people that we're more comfortable with, and so it's kind of a hidden bias that a lot of people have. When you encounter different people, sometimes it's a little bit difficult for some people to open up the doors and say, well, maybe this African American or Asian American or Hispanic American would be the best choice. No, I'm going to rely on a white. So, that's the kind of thinking that happens in the NFL. But if every GM ever was a new GM, they didn't all fail because they were new. That's from Hair Bear.
So correct me if I'm wrong. Did Poles interview I can't remember his name. Caldwell.
Yes, he did.
Who is an African American. He didn't think he was the guy for the job.
Exactly. So what I want to play here, and this was in the media sound bites, I want to play just this portion from Dan Bernstein's WSCR score show, Bernstein and Rahimi. He nailed it when this was the main reason Eberflus was selected.
He's a football coach. They got another garden variety coach, and they can win. But there's a reason why he got the job. And it's a word that you heard Mully and Haw use over and over and over again. George loved the discipline pitch. And it isn't just, right place, right time, or when I say be at a meeting, it means 5 minutes early, otherwise you're late, and some of that stuff. Apparently, George, like a lot of us, was fed up with stupid penalties, with unsportsmanlike conduct, with taunting, with after the whistle stuff, with behavioral penalties that went unpunished. And this goes back a while. This gets back to Anthony Miller and Javon Wims, and this year with Angelo Blackson and the Steelers game, and so many what were viewed as avoidable penalties. And right or wrong, that is a particular pet peeve of George McCaskey, the idea that the Bears players were somehow out of control or not understanding the moment or thinking of themselves more than they were what had to be done for the team. And okay, because we can take that. The thing about discipline is you can take that and say, well, that has to do with every day when you show up of being prepared. It sounds great. And I know that it's a good pitch because everybody wants to think of their team as disciplined. Nobody wants to say, well, we're just a bunch of wild men out there, unless you're, the Jimmy Johnson's Miami teams or something like that takes pride in, or maybe some of the Al Davis Raiders teams that were like that. But these are different times. The game's officiated very differently. And what it does is it fits very, very neatly in a classic sports trope of the pendulum swinging back, that Matt Nagy was more of an affable younger players coach, and apparently that George McCaskey and others want it to swing back in the other direction.
I thought that was a brilliant
nailed it. Yeah, absolutely.
Right.
Yeah, totally. I love that. So this is what I've always said about Matt Nagy.
But the evidence was there when McCaskey at the initial press conference said, at the very first game of the season, we failed to touch a receiver who had caught a pass. He gets up and scores a touchdown. And then in game 17, the same thing happens. He was referring to Eddie Jackson and Jalen Johnson. That's discipline. And so when Eberflus walks in and above Jim Caldwell or any other person that was interviewing, that's what he talked about. Boom, you got the job, dude. I want a fucking disciplined team. And
that's what I'm getting at, is that George was in these meetings. He's like, oh, discipline, and everyone's like, oh, okay, George likes this guy. Hey, maybe we should hire this guy. George really thinks this. George is the owner of the team, and George this. And George, that was what I was afraid of.
Yeah, but then Poles came in and said that was his guy, though. So it's just like,
what else? He's 36. It's his first job as a GM. What else is he gonna say?
But he made it independently, though. From what I understand, like I said, they're like, here's, and the quote again, he had the choice. He's like, I had the chance to do an expansive search. This is my dude. Poles made it very clear that he interviewed last year for the GM position and for multiple teams, and he said he wasn't ready. But
he's a 36-year-old kid with George McCaskey looming over him.
But the whole time, Poles said that he knew what he wanted, and he started looking for what he wanted at a head
What
coach.
is he going to say? I didn't know what I was looking for. I'm glad George was there in the room with me.
But I believe that he said he knew what he was looking for the whole time. He's like, I know what I wanted at a head coach, and this guy was it.
Well, what's he going to say? I wasn't sure about Eberflus, but he sounded pretty good, so I hired him.
Right. Why would he say that if he
every
didn't
guy who
choose
makes
him?
the hire is going to say this was my guy. They're not going to say this wasn't my guy.
But that's what I'm saying, because it is the guy.
The only time a team has ever done that was Dave McGinnis and Dick Duran, and it was the fucking Bears.
Right.
It was the fucking Bears because they had to
it's
go with
not
the
Ryan
fucking
Poles.
second choice. No,
But I'm
I
saying
know.
it
I know
wasn't
what you're
his
saying,
second
Aaron.
choice. It was
but
his
nobody
first
ever
choice.
says, okay, let me give you an example. We're at my work. Every morning we have a status meeting. Nobody ever says we're in bad shape on this magazine, dude.
Of course not.
Right. Everybody says we're in great shape. The magazine's going great. Nobody is ever going to fucking say in the status meeting, hey, Jesus, I'm fucking up this magazine.
Sure.
We're way behind fucking schedule. It's all my fucking fault. Nobody says that.
No, nobody
It's
does.
the same thing.
Okay,
It's
so
called
answer me this.
PR.
Did you watch the press conference?
Yes.
So you watched it. So
Yes.
the part where he shuts down, what's the guy's
Mark
name?
Potash.
Where he shuts him down and said, no, I had the chance. This is my dude. You didn't.
I'm
there's
not
nothing to that.
pessimistic. That's called being a realist.
No, but that's also pessimism. You're saying that everybody's going to say that the right thing, right?
That's the truth.
fair,
That's
is real.
realism. It doesn't matter anywhere you go in life.
But like I said,
Nobody's
I watched this
gonna-
press conference twice. And
I
I
know.
absolutely believe that this was the dude's choice.
Okay, I'm glad you believe him.
Well, that's fine. But then, like I said, but if
I
you
don't
believe
know.
him, that's fine.
I don't
You
have enough evidence or data to go on. So
based on what
I
he says,
don't.
but it's different.
The
from,
only,
like I
the
said,
only evidence and data I have on is this is a 36-year-old kid who's in his first job ever as a GM, and he worked under some guys in Kansas City who had success.
So because he's 36, you have less faith in what he does? Pretty sure there's a 36-year-old coach in the fucking Super Bowl, if I'm not mistaken. Sean McVay's 36 years old.
That's fine.
Okay,
But
but then
I'm
you
talking
keep bringing
about
up. He's like, oh, 36,
Right.
fucking 36. Yeah, people who are 36 can have
Right, but
conviction
we're
over
talking
what
about
they're doing.
GM, not coach.
But what's the difference? What's the age?
The difference is one player deals with X's and O's. The other one's out into the good old boy network, dealing with trades and everything. Is the head of football operations.
Yeah, and PayPal, PayPal, Jesus Christ. And as a play, he used to be a player. He worked for a team that has had success under 3 different GMs that had multiple Super Bowls. Right? Like I know, Tush, I get where you're coming from.
So
You're
what?
like,
He could have been the guy that got coffee for a while under one of these.
Could have
guys.
been. Who fucking knows?
I don't
how
know.
many,
I don't know anything about him.
Right, but what I'm saying is to discount it because you keep bringing up his age. He's a 36-year-old kid,
And he looks like a 36-year-old kid.
So, but you're saying you don't have any faith in what he's doing because of that. Like if
No,
you
I
keep
don't
coming
have
back
enough data.
It
I'm not
sounds like
saying
you're
whether-
coming back to his age over and over and over. 36 years old.
And that's fine. Okay, maybe he's a rising star. He didn't look like any rising star to me.
How do you know what a rising star looks like, though?
I don't.
Right, but then what do you say? He does look like a rising star to me, but you don't know how to identify a rising star.
I don't
right?
know whether he's good or bad. That's all I'm saying. I don't have enough data.
Right.
He hasn't done anything.
No,
hasn't
because he
done any-
just got the job.
I know he hasn't done anything before he got the job, and he hasn't done
Right.
anything after he got the job. I'm saying nobody knows. Well, we could have hired somebody who had a better track record.
If they had a better
With
track record, why would
experience.
they even be open to having a job?
I don't know. I'm saying this sounds like a George McCaskey hire. Another young guy who's going to learn on the job.
Yeah,
You
it
know?
does.
Another young guy who's going to listen to George and Ted, influence him. When we're not really hiring a director, we were supposed to be hiring a director of football operations, weren't we? Someone that's in
I
between.
don't know that was ever on the table. We wanted that as fans. That's what we wanted, but I don't know that it was ever established.
This is
that
what
was gonna be
George
the
and
thing.
Ted said. We want someone to oversee the football operations.
The
You know?
GM who's oversee football operations and was it answered directly to George, right? The GM is going to be open to it. So but if he had been, I have more faith in the kid because he's played. And like I said, I think at a certain point, I don't know if he ever actually made the actual roster, but he was on as a Bears team. In fact, he proposed to his wife while he was on the Bears team. Super, and little cool fact, off Navy Pier on a boat he rented. I made a point of notating that. I thought that was super dope. There's a part
We
of me
have
that's
been talking on the show about separating George and Ted from the football operations, which has been a problem.
Agreed.
You know, and now we're hiring someone that's ultimately supposed to be that buffer between George and Ted and the football operations. But to me, this isn't a hire that says that this is the guy who's going to oversee. Now he's in charge of everything football. He's never done it before. So to me, this is more of the same. This is George and Ted hiring a guy. And that's I think that's exactly what Bernstein was trying to say, right? I mean, we got the coachy coach saying coachy coach things, right? Is that what
I agree
Bernstein
with that.
said?
I mean, I wasn't very impressed with Eberflus, and I'm not even saying necessarily that I was impressed with Poles, but I did like the things that Poles had to say.
First of all, guys,
I don't like or hate the guy. I'm just saying I don't know anything about him.
Applaud.
I don't have any data.
That was an outstanding debate between the two of you. I think both of you raised excellent points, and that's echoed by the comments in the chat room that I've been flashing up on the screen for those of you listening on the audio podcast. You really should try to watch this show on the video version, YouTube, because the input that we're getting from people in the chat room.
The chat's been great tonight, man. I'll tell you.
Outstanding.
Yeah.
But, I gotta say this, if I can add my opinion to what you guys are talking about, is that there is plenty of reason to have this distrust and pessimism about George Halas.
I never said I don't have.
I know.
To answer the question, I'm optimistic with the situation. Fine, and I am not super optimistic either.
11 years of futility for George McCaskey as the chairman, but I do think that there are certain things about what he desires in his GM and his coach that are good. PJ says, I am concerned that our GM doesn't have experience. Eberflus has never been a head coach before, and we have an OC who has never called plays. PJ,
They're all rising stars, though. They're all rising stars.
I'm concerned about that, too. But you know what? It has worked in other organizations. And so it has failed, though, with the Chicago Bears. Phil Emery, Mark Trestman, and so on. There's been plenty of examples with the
head coaches. Look at Fox. Fox made it to two Super Bowls before he got here. So you want experience? Great. Experience doesn't always fucking pan out, obviously.
Exactly. My contention is that I hate to throw these guys under the bus, Poles and Eberflus, without giving them a chance. I am skeptical of it. I would advise every Chicago Bears fan to be skeptical of it. You know, more a confident building hires would have been Harbaugh, would have been, guys who have had success in this league. Stephen Mee says, I'm with Tuch.
What is this blowjob? Dude, Fields could be better than Joe Burrow, dude. He could be. Absolutely.
I love Fields.
He could
I've
smoke
seen
Joe
enough.
Burrow.
Yeah, Stephen Mee says, I'm with Tuch. I do want go back to that one now, Stephen Mee. I'm with Tuch. I do want to be positive about the hires, but it screams like we've got more of the same. McCaskey's yes man who nothing will change till they sell the team or we find the Joe Burrow. But I agree with everything that Stephen Mee said there, except the part about yes men. I do believe that for the most part, McCaskey and Phillips stay out of the football operation stuff after they've hired people.
They want us to believe that.
You may be right, and I hope we get the truth on that situation, because if it's not true, then to damnation, every Chicago Bears employee who has said they have stayed out of it, and every journalist who has advocated that opinion, they should go to hell, because that's important. You can't lie to the public about something like that. That's so important. And Hub Arkish, who is for many people well respected, he has opened that door, saying, we should find out what exactly is going on with this Bears organization. Are they really interfering, despite the fact they're saying no? I'd like to believe that they're not interfering and that Ryan Pace's mistakes all belong to him. But it's clear that John Fox was not his first choice. It's clear that there are other instances where where George McCaskey and maybe the McCaskey family, however you want to put it, have interfered. And so that is troubling. You can't tell the public that we stay out of it and then they get into it. You know, it's like I can come up with a million analogies, but they're all fucking wrong. All fucking wrong.
Well, here's the thing. Like Bill Polian, like we made fun of Bill Polian when he was hired to help us find the next GM or what I thought was going to be a director of football operations to oversee everything football, you know, which kind of like, why did they just hire Bill Polian to do that? Well, because he's 80 years old. But I find it super hard to believe that Bill Polian, his first choice was Ryan Poles, a 36-year-old kid with no experience to oversee football operations of the oldest franchise in the NFL.
Such, you just hit a home run there, man. We need to talk to Bill Polian and get his side of the story here. Was this really your number one suggestion? I
don't know.
Yeah, that's a really, really important thing to find out. And I hope
first thing I thought was like, Bill Polian is still alive. I didn't know he was still alive.
I literally told somebody that Bill Polian was helping us with the search, and their exact reaction was, Bill Polian's still alive.
maybe he was just, maybe he had a Biden moment. He forgot where he was. He's like, Poles. I like Poles. Was that the guy we were talking about? Poles. Let's hire him.
That is hilarious. That is hilarious. But it's something that is really important to find out. What is the main root cause? What is the stem of this dysfunction within the Chicago Bears? Is it because there's just been some unlucky, unfortunate decisions, made by McCaskey and Ted Phillips? Or is it because they do interfere and because they're really stupid at what they do? And they may have even overridden Bill Polian's best decisions.
Yeah. Well, I hesitate to call it interfering because it's probably more like meddling, with like these soft suggestions.
Yeah.
Like, hey, I really like discipline, It's like, this Eberflus guy talks a lot about discipline, It's like, I just really liked his interview, blah, blah, blah. Dayball came in here and he was Dayball. Everything was true what they said about Dayball. He's just can't interview, whatever, anything like that. You know what I'm saying? And then the next day, Ryan Poles is like, boy, George really liked Eberflus. I got to make a good impression. I'm in my first job here. Eberflus it is. I don't know. But I mean, hiring a 36-year-old to be the executive.
Again, you come back to the fucking age.
But I know. But we're not. They hired a GM. They didn't hire this is my point. They hired a GM. They didn't hire a director of football operations, which is what we thought we were with what they were supposed to be hiring. That's why we got Bill Polian to find someone to oversee every single football operations. They just hired a guy who's probably going to draft for them.
Never said that they were looking for a football operations.
Yeah,
that's what we wanted.
They did not.
Nobody from the organization or in the media ever said that Chicago's looking for a head of football operations. We wanted that.
Yes, they did. And not in so many, not directly, but in so many terms they did. They wanted to find someone to oversee the football side. And so that George, I don't know anything about football, McCaskey, wouldn't have to be the director of football operations. That's what we thought. That was the impression we got of this whole hire.
Yeah, but George made it very clear that whoever it was going to be answering to him. So he wanted to be involved at a certain
right, which is why I'm pessimistic, because it's more of the same.
Well, yeah, but what I'm saying is,
we have no choice. We're fans. We could give them the chance.
Yeah,
he may draft the next star. Great. Eberflus may lead us to a 10-7 record next year. We're flirting with the playoffs.
Yeah,
fine. The ship is pointed in the right direction. But until then, we have nothing to go.
Right.
On. Nothing.
Agreed. No,
we have a head coach who's never been a head coach, whose defense was 29th in the NFL over the last 6 weeks. I think 17th or 19th overall.
Yeah, but it's not going to be his defense. He's not running the defense this year. Somebody else's.
Right. I'm just saying this is what
And I
we're
also
getting.
like, compared to Nagy, Eberflus has been in the business for 30 fucking years. Different coaches at different
That's
levels
why I
for
said
Nagy
I'm more
did not have
excited
that
about
opportunity.
Eberflus than I am about Poles.
Fair enough.
Because Poles I know nothing about. He came out of nowhere, and I have my doubts that Bill Polian even knew who Poles was.
I want to add that Trace Armstrong may be the de facto president
agent, wasn't he?
Operations.
The agent,
bring that up
He was
in
the
the conference
agent for both Ryan
For
Poles
both guys.
and
Former
Matt
Bear.
Somebody asked that during the press conference.
Yes, and so he may have manufactured this whole
Big
scenario.
payday for him too.
I mean,
Good for him.
probably
He
George
got-
McCaskey has him in high esteem,
Yep.
and he made this happen. And
Yep.
so, as Dave Ronstadt said in the Media Bites, when Dave Ronstadt was on WSCR, he said, "You know what? He's probably the head of football operations, but he doesn't have to go to work 7 days a week at Hallis Hall and work 60, 70 hours a week. But he's behind the scenes making his money at co-owning this agency, and he's making things happen." And so if that's the case, fuck, we're in trouble because we need a guy who is head of football operations who is accountable at the end, where you say, "Hey, Trace, you were the one that brought us these two losers," if indeed that's the case. And the same thing was being said about Bill Polian. Why? Well, why not hire him as head of football operations? If he's designing what is going on with the head coach and the general manager, shouldn't he be accountable? Why are we going to pay him $1 million and then he gets walked away and nobody 2 years from now is blaming Bill Polian?
Yeah, that was my problem with Bill Polian from the start. Is he doesn't have any stake in success of the organization. He gave his advice. He's going to get his check and he's going to fucking bounce. Like it doesn't matter to him whether we succeed or not. There's never
Trace
any.
Armstrong got a commission on 2 hires.
Yeah, there's never any accountability for people like Bill Polian who give their 2 cents. Yes, we're gonna tell you what we think we should do. Okay, here's my check back in Splitsville. But nobody ever comes back to them. Fucking 4 years later, when the coach didn't work. So you remember Bill Polian, that asshole gave us these sons of bitches. Like, there's
Trace
no kind of that was the thing.
As long as the blame never falls at George's feet.
Right. Well, the blame does fucking fall at George's feet.
If they fail again, then it'll be
directors
because we hired another GM who was inexperienced.
Right.
And as we talked about at the beginning of the show, what the fuck is going on while we can't learn how many years were these guys signed for? I don't care how much money. I really don't. Although that would be important to know because you can kind of judge, well, how much are you paying for this coach? Well, isn't that a lot less than you're paying the Green Bay? Then Green Bay is paying their coach and so forth. So that might have an issue to do, a factor in whether we're getting the best coaches, because if you're not offering them market value, then what chance do you have of getting a good coach? But I'd also like to know, how long do we have them signed for?
I would have liked to know that. Yeah.
Yeah. And the fact that George McCaskey doesn't want to share that information and uses the
If it's a 2-year contract for Ryan Poles, that tells a lot.
Well, like I said, they asked Eberflus and Poles that, and Eberflus made it very clear. It's like, I'm not answering that question. We're not getting into that. So it's kind of
why, right?
I'd like to know. I'd like to know that. Yeah.
Maybe he only signed a 2-year contract. That way the Bears can, it's like a test drive.
Yeah.
You're taking the car for a test drive.
Well, then please let us know. Please let us know. I mean, that's the one thing that irritates me about ownership with all sports teams. John, Aaron, me, Hair Bear, Steven, everybody in the chat room, everybody that cheers for the Chicago Bears, guess what? We are stockholders. The Green Bay Packers fans get that designation because they pay whatever to get that piece of paper, which doesn't mean shit. But we are, all of us fans, we're stockholders because we keep the organization afloat by buying our fucking Bears jerseys, by buying tickets, by watching on TV to boost the ratings, by buying all this merchandise that makes them money. That makes us stockholders, and we deserve to know some of the inner workings, not all of them, but we deserve to know what it is we're paying for. We really do. Yeah. And a lot of business people, I've presented this idea to other business people.
Without fans, a team doesn't exist.
Yeah, that doesn't work that way. Yes, it does. Look at it from us, the consumer's point of view, and you will side with us. If you look at it from the ownership capitalistic point of view, then no, but we deserve to know. 4,000 Clover says, nah, we're not
We're prisoners.
I like that. I like that.
Someone in the chat asked if Tooch was a Bears fan. I've been a Bears fan since 1974. I was 6 years old. I started watching Bears games with my dad and my uncles. And I've seen enough to be jaded a little bit, like Aldo. Aldo's probably 8 to 10 years ahead of me.
I mean, I'm only 33, and I'm the same way. I'm like, I don't fucking know what to expect. I don't have any reason to think it's going to be any different than it has been.
Yeah. I think that there are better days ahead, and I only say that because you guys are much younger than me. Final thought, guys.
Aldo.
Yeah, that's true. You're 10 years or 8 years younger than me?
10 years, 9 or 10 years younger.
9 or 10 years. Well, you look 20 years younger than me, amigo. All right, let's go around the horn. Final thoughts, and then we'll pull the plug on this edition of Dan and Aldo Bear Their Souls, along with Tooch and Aaron. Tooch, why don't we begin with you?
All right. Well, I think I said on the show that the Bengals were probably a year ahead of schedule, but that turned out to be they're right on schedule. I'll tell you that right now.
How about
it was basically the same result as the first time these two teams played. Kansas City jumped out to a 21-3 lead the first time, and it was almost the exact same script. I think it was 21-10 at halftime, and for whatever reason, Kansas City just didn't score at all after that. No touchdowns after that. Cincinnati defense, underrated. I know someone in there was trashing the Cincinnati defense. They're a pretty good group to keep Kansas City down in that second half. They 100% they made the adjustments to win that game. And then, of course, you had the Rams and 49ers. 49ers, of course, had beaten the Rams twice. Pretty hard to beat a team 3 times in one season. So my money was on the Rams in that one. I still kind of figured that the 49ers would give them a tough time, and they did, but it would come down to either a Jimmy Garoppolo mistake or a Matt Stafford mistake, and it turned out to be a Jimmy Garoppolo mistake with the dumb pass at the end. That's was pretty much ended the 49ers season. And now, of course, I think there was some talk in the chat room about all these quarterbacks moving around next year, and that'll be exciting, and it will be. But Cincinnati and Joe Burrow, boy, I mean, I kind of was down on Joe Burrow after seeing the Bears. He looked terrible in that game. It was like, but you gotta remember he had a season-ending injury the year before, and today. With the season looks pretty damn good.
Real shitty and then real good. Didn't he throw like 3 interceptions and then like 2 touchdowns right after that? So he turned that shit around fast.
Yeah, he's a player. I was a little biased, but I mean, Jamar Chase was a guy I loved. That was my top receiver in the draft last year. And I don't fault them at all for passing up the offensive lineman to take a talent like Jamar Chase, because that guy can explode for 2, 3, maybe 4 touchdowns in a game. That's what you want. I wish the Bears had Jamar Chase, or something like that. We definitely need something like that. The Bears have so many needs. There's so many needs: offensive line, safety, wide receiver. About the only place we're set at is running back, and I like to think quarterback. But we need a slot corner. We need a nickel back, slot corner. We need a strong safety, that's an enforcer back there. We got it strong up the middle on defense. I think in Eberflus's defense, what's his name? Roquan Smith is going to move to the outside. So you're gonna need someone in the middle, patrolling. But yeah, we need a real good, strong safety. I've been saying that for quite a while. But as far as Super Bowl predictions, man, I don't want to put anything past Joe Burrow. Might be cooler than Matt Stafford under pressure.
Well, save your Super Bowl prediction for next week.
Right, I will. I got time to think. The line is fishy right now. I still would take the Bengals plus the points, but let's see how the line moves.
It's a little far out to tell, yeah.
Very good. And by the way, Tooch, thanks for the winners that you've been texting me. I really appreciate that. Make sure you follow John Santucci on Twitter. It is at John Santucci VIP. He has got a great show where he's handing out winners all the time. He will text out some freebies to you. So if you want to make a few extra coins and you've got the money to spend, follow John. He does excellent work. Any final words there?
Yeah, Aaron and I, we have the Stream Team show, but we're looking for a new home. We're gonna see if we could work with Dan and Aldo again. So maybe something to think about.
All right. Well,
Sarah Mars has like too much on her work plate, and Megan O'Keefe also too much on her work plate. So it would just be Aaron and I, and we're like, we'd love to work with Dan and Aldo again, or whoever, or Joe, or even the science fiction dudes, once in a while. So
absolutely, that would be outstanding. And by the way, I'm smiling only not because of what you just suggested, but because I just got a text from Dan Aguirre, and I get these once in a while. A woman just said on 911, I feel like my asshole is falling out. So God bless that woman. I hope that she's
good luck.
When I didn't see the light bulb, I thought maybe Dan didn't get laid for a while. But,
I don't think he has. He's been very He bought some tickets to some event in Florida, so he's been working all these overtime hours to pay for that. So I think that ruined his sex life. Yeah, anyways, Aaron, your final thoughts, please.
I'm right there with you. All the Bears fans, I get it. And like I mentioned, I'm not the oldest dude. I'm only 33, and I even know at this point it's a shut up and wait. We'll have to wait and see what happens. Like he's pointed out many times, it's a new regime. Nagy's gone, Pace is gone. We can rejoice about that. Whether going forward, these are the right dudes, that has yet to be seen. I can tell you there are some things I liked out of the two of the people that I liked this press conference from the new Matt and Ryan than I did any of the fucking press conferences from the old guys. I'm right there with you. I don't know what to expect. It's a bummer. I'm in bummer town with you. We just have to wait and see. It's going to be one of those. We just buckle up because it could be a shit show. I don't expect it to be very good, at least right now, but we could be surprised. Yeah. But at the same time, anybody who's like, should I quit this team? It's like, how much worse can it get? We're already here. The one thing I love about Bears fans is we're in misery together. Like, it sucks. Exactly. I hate it, but we all have each other. So just hang in there and lean on each other. Maybe bright days are ahead. I don't know, but at least we got each other, I guess, right?
I hear you. Yeah, perfectly said, Aaron. And this is the place to come to share your misery. And hopefully we'll have some good times ahead where we can celebrate together. At least a division championship. Let's take that North and never give it back again. As
Ryan Pohl said.
Yeah, exactly. And so I want to let people know that tomorrow, Wednesday, which is actually Central Time, just started a minute ago, it is going to be Bar Down Hockey at 2 p.m. The guys have an outstanding show planned for you, and it's just not hockey talk. They talk about Chicago sports. Sometimes they talk about their favorite tacos, their favorite beverages. They talk about pop culture. They're big Star Wars and Marvel fans and so forth. It's an outstanding sports and pop culture show. It is called Bar Down Talking Hockey at 2 p.m. Central, right here in the bar on the Barroom Network. And then we got a special show for you tomorrow night at 8 p.m. It is going to be Bear Special. I like to call it BSing. And so we're going to talk to a number of people who are down at the Senior Bowl to get an idea of some of these prospects that the Chicago Bears might be eyeing. Yeah, that's going to be really, really cool. We're going to start the show with about a half hour, 45 minutes talk about some of these Senior Bowl players. Danny Shimon will join me to interview a couple of guests that we're having. And then after that, Patrick Finley of the Chicago Sun-Times and JJ Stankovitz, formerly of NBC Sports.
I miss JJ, dude. I really do.
Best. Isn't he a great guy?
I can't wait to have him back on. Yeah,
very,
absolutely.
very knowledgeable. So I'll be talking to them for about a half hour or so, and then Lara Golden and some other people will be joining me to talk more Bear stuff. We're going to have another great show just like this one was. I am so indebted to you guys, Johnny Santucci, Aaron how do I pronounce your last name? Mikulski. Right? Sometimes I want to say Michalski.
Everybody does. Not a big deal. I've heard much worse pronunciations. It's all good. Yeah, think of McCall with McCall's magazine with the ski at the end.
Oh, excellent. That's a good way to remember. Aaron, you are the absolute best. And so that's our programming for tomorrow on Wednesday. And we'll have more programming on Thursday. So I want to encourage you to hit that like button and subscribe to our Barroom Network here on YouTube, and also where you get your audio podcasts, whether it's iTunes, Spotify, Podbean, wherever you get them, we are there, and we've got tons of stuff coming, not only during the offseason for the Chicago Bears, but also for other Chicago sports teams. So, guys, thanks again a lot for what you do for us and being so supportive of the Barroom Network, and we will see you all soon. Take care, everybody.